welcome to the Angel Wing LLC. I want to introduce Dr. Elizabeth Berman, who is a licensed psychologist in Wilmington, Delaware. She has an extensive amount of experience, wisdom, knowledge, and great presence about herself. It has been a real blessing for the Angel Wing program for her to spend her dedicated time, valuable time, to assist the Angel Wing program, and then of course all of humanity in general. So I want to welcome Dr. Elizabeth Berman to this video recording video podcast that will be eventually uploaded. Now, to begin with, Dr. Berman.
Sachin?
Yes.
Excuse me. What I want to do is just a second. First of all, I need to. All right. Well, I need to wait 1 second because I need to do two things. One, I need to turn this fountain off in the background, which is going to whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Let me just take a moment to do that.
Take your time. No rush at all. And we'll start again.
Okay, I turned some lights on. It might help with.
Okay, all right.
Video.
You look fantastic on the screen. Everything looks real nice, you know?
Okay, so I'm going to push record now.
Yes, please go ahead. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let me begin here. Welcome to the Angel Wing LLC. I want to introduce Dr. Elizabeth Berman. She is a licensed psychologist in Wilmington, Delaware, with extensive experience in the field of psychology. She has great insights with regards to positive psychology, the way energy moves within the system, in addition to the way self-development, self-mastery, further inner development can happen. She can teach great meditations. There's a lot of background regarding her, which will be available in detail on the Angel Wing website. So with that brief background, I would just start today's exploration with Dr. Berman with the following question. Dr. Berman, why is psychology interesting to you? You're a licensed psychologist. You've been in the field for so many years with so much education, so many people you have seen over the years, and you are also a student of the human condition. Why is psychology of interest to you, and what has it given you?
Psychology is of interest to me for so many different reasons. And I think over the years, what's happened for me is I've understood my personal meaning for the word psychology has expanded and expanded and expanded to include input from so many different domains with the advent of advances in technology now, what's going on in brain science, what's going on in the imaging world. All of these things are providing wonderful information to help psychology include the whole person. And so probably a definition of the whole human being is as elusive in some ways as what is psychology. But to get back to the original question, why am I interested in it? From the time I was a very little girl, I understood I was so interested in people. And like most children, I was a pretty good observer. And I took in so many different ways that people were with themselves and with each other. And as I got older, I understood that psychology supposedly was the field that looked into that to help me understand and integrate what I was observing about the people around me. The fact that my childhood was spent with a mother and a father who provided a beautiful home for children in many different places, because my dad was career military. And so for the entire time that I lived at home, we were moving from one place to another. So I was given this amazing experience to live in, briefly become part of, mostly as the new person, communities all over the United States and eventually the world, and live in those communities for long enough times to actually begin to see and perhaps even understand, but certainly to integrate information about how different areas of the country, different people's backgrounds created a different way of seeing the world. And that's what interested me so much in psychology.
Mhm. So,
Uh,
so psychology, if you look up a definition of it, the very basic definition, it is a study of the mind and behavior. Just very simple way of thinking about it. So it's a study of that. How have you been a student of the human mind, human behavior, human condition? How would you present yourself that way? How would you express that?
well, I think in one way, I've answered the behavior part, that I, I just was very interested in people and what they said and what they did and how they said and did things, because of my experience of living in different places, going to different schools. I was able to see that different parts of the country do things in a different way. Something as simple as celebrating the 4th of July, celebrated in one way, perhaps in Texas, and another way in Vermont. And the cultural backgrounds of the people within the communities also added their unique flavor and influence. So this observation, I don't know that when I was younger, I studied human behavior, but I certainly observed it and tried to integrate it in a way that made sense to me. In terms of the study of the human mind, that's very interesting because over time, over the years I've been in this field, um, the the mind is very elusive in terms of the definition of the mind, and more now we're understanding that nervous impulses, neural connections in the brain are a biological view of where thinking is going on, and that the mind is a more abstract understanding of how people put those neural networks into a framework of thinking that makes sense to them. So that's fascinating. And I think for me, one of the greatest gifts in the more recent years within the field of psychology is the discovery through technology and imaging and the research into the brain that this term we call neural plasticity, which is loosely defined as the ability to reprogram your own brain, the ability to use your behavior in a conscious way, use your thinking processes in a, with a level of awareness that you make conscious choices to behave in different ways, and that in fact creates new neural networks in your brain and in fact gives you a different way of being in the world.
I see, I see. So that's a wonderful overview. Do you feel that humanity is very much common or quite similar, that each human being is quite similar or maybe even identical at the very core? And then as we go externally with regards to the different cultures, different traditions, different mindsets, there's so much diversity. So would you be able to express your viewpoint on the underlying unity, if you feel there is such, amidst the nearly endless diversity? What does psychology say about this, and what do you say about this?
Well, I can tell you what I say about it, and different psychologists will probably have a very different take on it. But I think human being, male, female, whatever the body form or shape is, that there's a communality, that there's something that differentiates humans from all the rest of the life forms on this planet. And for me, that significant difference is a brain that has the ability to allow a human to reflect on themselves. And that's such a powerful thing. And we all share that. It was interesting yesterday, I was reading something about the development of empathy and compassion in children. And it was saying something to the effect that we need mirror neurons to have empathy for the other. And the mirror neurons are those neurons in the brain that allow us to see something, to see another being, and to the mirror neurons respond to that experience of seeing someone else go through something, an emotional experience, and feel within our own bodies what it's like for that other human being to be feeling that. Perhaps as a little kid, well, to begin with, that develops by age 2. So pretty much universally, all 2-year-old children act pretty altruistically. They see somebody that's sad or unhappy or having difficulty with something, and little kids from 2, 3, 4 years on just automatically kind of go over, give or do something to this other child with no really personal gain for the little child who's doing it. So they talk about the mirror neurons having developed by age 2, and children universally acting in an altruistic, compassionate way. And when they follow this up in terms of culturally all around the world, kids, I don't know whether I have the statistics here, but something like 90% of children. Okay, no, here it is, 1975 study. 100% of the elementary school age children behaved in an altruistically manner in Kenya. 8% of children in that same age range behave altruistically or compassionately. So you can see the massive, massive influence that culture and the people in our environment who actually transmit and teach us the culture that they believe in and that they support. So culture has a huge, huge effect on how we develop the potential within us that's pretty similar, perhaps for the most part, the same for all human beings, no matter where they're born, no matter how they're born, in terms of, is there something wrong with them physically? Are there some challenges, from birth on, but that we can move from compassion, from caring, from altruistic, which seems to be programmed on the genetic level because it's showing up at 2 years of age, similarly in all children all around the globe. And then we take a study, look like this study done in 1975, comparing the 6 different cultures around the world. And I just gave you the example of the 2 extremes. In Kenya, 100% of the kids in elementary school were behaving in an altruistic, compassionate way. 8% of the children sampled in the United States were behaving that way.
I see. So that's a very nice exposition. Yeah, in hearing you talk about culture, different traditions, it seems like that humanity has been going through thousands of years of development of maybe what could be called the human mind as one mind that has many different aspects. Could you say something about this? I know that others have talked about similar ideas. What is your perspective on that?
So clarify for me what the question is. Just repeat the question for me.
So over thousands of years, different traditions, different viewpoints, different cultures, different languages, different beliefs have come into the human framework, or they have been developed by human beings. Would you say that such a development is happening in a very universal manner, that there is the development of the mind itself, that the human mind is developed or conditioned? Certainly there's a conditioning process, but there's a development also. And you can look at that in terms of language development, religious development, different cultural norms and traditions, morality development, all of that. So the broader question is about the development of a human mind that is all interconnected mind. Is there like an interconnected mind that we're all part of?
My studies and my experience with this enormous and beautiful question. It's an alluring question. It draws us in and asks us to think about ways that perhaps aren't asked of us so often. And this sense of oneness, connectedness, the terms that we've heard perhaps out of philosophy, perhaps out of spiritual traditions, are becoming more and more in what we call the West operationalized. And a kind of a loose definition of that is defined by certain different kinds of behaviors, which then can be measured under quote unquote scientific conditions, and therefore either validated in some way, or in science, you never prove anything. You only have a preponderance of disproving instances in your research, and then you can build a theory around that. However, this notion of how are we connected, not despite, but even through and with our differences. So some people are multilingual, some people are bilingual, different languages. I mean, we have snow in the English language. I've been told that people who live in Alaska have something like 93 different definitions, or not definitions, words for snow. Because of their relationship to snow, they interact with it in ways that give them all of those fine, nuanced discernments about what kind of snow is this. So this ability to be connected to what we might call a universal mind, perhaps that's what consciousness is. Certainly people like Freud tried to delineate what we're aware of is not the totality of our consciousness. That requires more and more training of the mind, discipline of the mind, so you can be aware of this stream of subconscious, unconscious chatter that's going on in the background. Jung talked about the universal unconscious, the collective unconscious, in which all human beings at a certain time and a certain place in history on Earth would share this collective consciousness. Did a great deal of work on something he called archetypes, which were symbols or images that they found to be universal and showing up in every culture, despite the time, the writings, or the recording of those particular archetypes occurred, despite the language, despite the place. So yes, and this is all rich fodder perhaps for the inquisitive mind who wants to learn more about this, and perhaps then makes the decision that, wow, my mind has so much more capability than I was aware of, and how Do I want to use those additional capabilities? How do I develop them? What kinds of training can I give my own mind to be able to think more clearly, more accurately, to be able to access memory and information and begin to integrate it so that my knowledge base, the knowledge base that's accessible to me, is continually building until our last breath. We can be creating new neural networks in our brain that gives us more and more access to the full brain that we have, to the full potential in our brain.
I see. So that's a wonderful explanation. Would you say that the concept of self-mastery, this is one of the Angel Wings key ideas to promote this, is what you're talking about with regards to the possibility of the brain awakening completely, or the brain's capacity to reach its full potential. Now, I asked this question in relation to the previous question about the way humanity has been developing over so many years. In so many ways, we can say there's a lot of constructive development and there's destructive development. We've also been the cause of our own destruction in so many ways, and we've also been the cause of our own upliftment in so many ways. What is your perspective on this destructive ability, constructive ability, and then how does that relate to the development of the synapses within the brain? So it's a kind of a integrated question there.
Well, one of the ways that I look at this is what I read, the information I've been given that I accept as factual, are integrated into an understanding that the human being, the species of humanity, has evolved in many different ways. And there are many, many different sources over the history of mankind that have pointed to a development of consciousness. And there are many people now who are saying that that's where the human species is, that we don't at this point need to really focus on physicality, but to be able to use all of the brain power that we have in such a way that our consciousness evolves, our awakened awareness of what's going on and what it means. And I think that part of that awakened awareness is this growing body of information, should we choose to pay attention to it, that pretty much everything's connected. Not only are humans connected through a consciousness or the ability to communicate with each other, even if the language is somewhat of a barrier, that we're connected to everything. And I think that this evolution in brain power, which is different than consciousness, has given us so many tools that allow us to be masters over many natural obstacles. You know, people build dams to try and put water in places that naturally water didn't occur. We've stripped mine, at least in the United States, many areas of this country. We've created global warming through using these tools for humans, human purposes, with not so much recognition that if I want something here, it means something else, somebody else doesn't get it. So I think California is an example that they've been diverting water out of certain parts of California to LA to feed the very thirsty population in LA. And now those other parts of California are suffering. And as climate changes, there's not enough water to grow the crops, to feed the farmers' land and crops to grow. So we all know about global warming. We all know that something has to happen in terms of this expansion of our awareness of what I do in some way affects everybody and everything else. I think that's what the laws about curbing pollution are about. That's what the outcry worldwide from some people are saying we can't continue to live the way we're living because we're killing off life on the planet. So in some ways, I probably wandered beyond the question, but this is a way of my organizing everything that I'm being told in terms of what's going on around the planet by people who have dedicated their lives to studying it, that it really does keep coming back to this notion that everything's connected. And for me, I go back to the place of everything is energy. Everything is energy in more or less contracted form. So my physicality is a more dense form of energy. My biology is a little bit less dense, but certainly my thoughts are even less dense. They're mental energy instead of physical energy. My emotions are emotional energy. You know, the pain or feelings in my body is biochemical and nervous energy that gives information to my brain and says, I've just burned my hand on a hot stove. So in that sense of those are all different forms of energy within me, when I look out my window and I see these yellow pansies blooming, I begin to understand that's another form of energy. And on a very, very simple way, if I don't continue to water those pansies in the window box, they're going to shrivel up and die. So in some ways, those pansies' life experience depends on my relationship with them, what I think about them, what I'm willing to do to preserve their life for the sake of the beauty that they're exhibiting.
So, Dr. Berman, you have talked about many things just right now. You, of course, talk a lot about energy. Just a general question about that, then we'll get to some more specifics. What is the field of psychology's take on energy, mental energy, physical energy, neurological energy? Psychology certainly talks about conditioning and reinforcement and things like that, as well as analysis of the mind through psychotherapy. Those areas are there. There's also quite a bit of experimental approach to psychology. But what is the current understanding in psychology regarding energy? And what do you mean by energy also? You've talked about it before, but in terms of the field of psychology, where are we now with energy in that?
It's a very interesting question. I recently became aware of a debate that's going on within the field of psychology because over a number of years, but certainly more recent years, there's a field of psychology called energy psychology, which focuses on energy as an essential part of the human beings. And it can focus on, say, the acupuncture or acupressure meridians that Asian medicine has so elegantly and comprehensively detailed, and how, as a psychologist, you can work with those meridians that carry energy through the body to different organs and how it's all interrelated. There are other say bodies of information that talk about energy systems in terms of the nadis and this flow of energy throughout the body in these many, many, many channels. The closest I came to it in my education, which was way before energy psychology, my formal education, was way before energy psychology was even a term in the psychological language, was, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
Well, actually, maybe I can just expand upon the question very quickly, that within the field of psychology, there has been this recent development of energy psychology. Even in the medical science, there's energy medicine. There's more discussion about energy overall. Is energy, I'll put the question this way, is energy neutral? Is it just raw that takes on different
Okay.
forms? And then how does that relate to what psychologists are saying about that?
Okay, thank you for helping me get back on track. Is energy neutral? Is energy raw, right? So this is a metaphysical question, it's a philosophical question, it's a psychological question, it's a scientific question, it's all different domains of study have their own language. And the language is reflected in the paradigms with which they choose to study energy. So for me, when I use the term energy, I use it as the something had to start somewhere, right? So energy is the most basic form of existence. I don't know how to get it any more specific than that. And as such, pure energy is neutral, and perhaps all forms of energy are neutral. So instead of labeling good and bad, which changes from culture to culture, time to time, person to person, you know, there's an old saying, somebody's terrorist is somebody else's freedom fighter. And that's kind of jolting to try and really understand what that means, that this different perspective can look at the same outward expression of energy, i.e. somebody's behavior, and have such totally differing views of it. So instead of the more value-laden adjectives or descriptors of energy, it's always been helpful to me to understand that energy as the most basic form of existence, although energy can be formless in its pure state, as it manifests in either behavior, in thought, in physical form, it's either more contracted or a continuum to more expansive. So say, let's just take an emotion. We can say a contracted emotion would be fear or anger. And you know, when you think of anger, you can almost feel your body kind of tighten up a little bit when you think about being angry or if you think about being fearful. To the other end of the energy continuum, being expansive in the way that a young child is so delighted by a beloved grandmother walking through the front door that they haven't seen for a while. Or you see in the exuberance of a puppy going outside and running around for the sheer joy of running. So to begin to look at energy in less judgmental terms helps us to begin to work with energy in a way to see what is this particular energy experience communicating to me,
So,
without the blocks of morality and judgment, which changes from time to time, culture to culture.
so that's very interesting. You mentioned time and again about energy contraction, energy expansion, and you also just mentioned about internal blocks. Um, when energy contracts, what are some of the causes of this contraction? What are some of the causes of expansion? Maybe we can try to understand the expansion and contraction process by looking at the causes of it. And then if you can give some examples of what that might look like.
Well, first of all, I want to talk a little bit about the processes, perhaps is the best way to say it. So let's just think in very personal terms. If I think about something, I'm just going to call it a trigger. Something happens. Somebody says something to me, and I all of a sudden feel negative. I feel judged. I feel all kinds of things that are contracted experiences. An example would be the dog's harness, which is very important for walking the dog safely. Just disappeared, right? I was the last one with the dog and the harness, and I dragged him upstairs. I didn't drag him, carried him upstairs to give him a bath because he was totally muddy because we were out in the rain and mud. Everything else is still, we can find everything else. We have no idea where the harness went. So somebody said, wow, I guess that was not very responsible of you. And instead of just thinking about what that remark had to me, I felt myself, well, I was aware of my body getting a little bit tighter. I remember the expression on my face when I looked up and said, well, I don't think I was irresponsible. I think I was very responsible doing other things. And I could just feel all of that tension in my body. So the trigger from the outside world triggered a thought process and then a behavior process of the words that I said about it. Now, in a moment later, I could feel that I don't want to feel this way. I personally don't care what that person thinks, whether I'm responsible or not responsible. I know how I feel about the event, which is I have no idea where this thing is, and I have no idea how it disappeared, but I don't feel guilty about it. And in being able then to just recognize, wow, I'm feeling defensive. Wow, I'm feeling like I want to push back against this person in some way. And I realized, who cares? And then I consciously took a breath, slowed my breath down, and literally experienced my body start to relax as my breath automatically slowed as I became aware of it and focused on it. It flipped me out of the sympathetic nervous system mode into the parasympathetic mode. And my body, literally, the biochemistry of my body changed. The physicality of my body changed into the fact that my muscles were relaxing, my heartbeat slowed. So there are many ways that we can become aware of what's going on in this being that we call us, that includes, yes, our physical body, but also our mental body or activity, our emotional energies or feelings or experiences. As we become aware of them, we have an ability to choose what we're going to do next with that experience. And that's what I call self-mastery, because over time we quickly learn what supports our goals in life and what does not support our goals in life. And a definition of self-mastery is to be able to be conscious enough and have enough mental discipline or discipline in our mind that instead of just responding to anything that the mind randomly throws out, because that's what the mind does, it thinks, or we can be able to be aware and make a choice. Does this serve what I want to accomplish today? No. Okay, where am I going to put my attention? So this ability to focus our attention in ways that will initiate responses in our body that help us create the world we want to live in, instead of us being victims of all of this random mental energy that's going on a subliminal level.
I see. So yes, as you're talking about self-mastery, it seems that there is also great importance placed in balance, the need for balance. Even Piaget used the term equilibration, which is the process by which an individual uses assimilation and accommodation to restore or maintain psychological equilibrium, which is a cognitive state devoid of conflicting schemas. So that's a more technical definition there. But in a more general sense, there is this need for balance, for equilibrium. And we want that. Most of humanity would want to be balanced. I think if you were to ask the average person, do you want to be balanced in life? They will say, yes, we want to be balanced. What is your perspective on the need for balance? And how does that relate to what you were just talking about expansion and contraction and self-mastery? That if I want to get balanced, how is self-mastery and energy, how are they connected to this concept of being balanced?
Well, I would say balance is a good word. I prefer equilibrium or equanimity because balance occurs in so many different domains, and perhaps true balance or perhaps true equanimity, equanimity. If I want to be equanimous in the way I think, the way I move, the way I plan and act in my life, it requires awareness of a lot of different aspects of myself, and it requires self-discipline to maintain that level of awareness, moving it into a skillful awareness in which we aren't frightened by the energies of strong emotions or strong thoughts, but we can look at them non-judgmentally and say, okay, what does this have to teach me? And I would say that biologically, even, I would say that the need for equilibrium is down into ourselves. It's probably into the subatomic particles, but I just don't have the language or the background to talk about it on that level. But think about breath. This human form is not going to be animated with the life force once my breath or my ability to breathe leaves this body. And you think about that as we breathe in, this natural, we don't have to think about breathing, but as we breathe in, you can feel this physical expansion in the body as the diaphragm drops, as the lungs expand, the ribs open up. There's this huge expansion. And the oxygen carried in that blood then, or in that breath, fills our bloodstream to expand the life force, to feed the life force in each of the cells of our body. And then as we exhale, again, naturally, we don't have to think about, oh, now I need to exhale. You see this level of contraction. The body moves back to a more contracted state. And that's immediately followed. The body draws this breath in so it can expand again. And then it releases the breath and it contracts down again. So this in and out, this expansion and contraction it's essential. I don't have a plant science background where I could take, but I'm wondering if maybe photosynthesis is an example of what happens as a plant takes in sunlight and somehow or another transforms it into chlorophyll, and the leaves turn green and grow, and in many cases feed us as salad or whatever else, whether it's an edible thing or not. So this notion of expansion and contraction in a balanced way, I think is programmed into our very physicality. It's certainly a natural response that we have in terms of breath that we don't even have to think about. So it's there for me as a way to understand, yes, seeking balance is actually vital, a vital component of vibrant health. And when I talk about self-mastery and mastery in the world, what I'm talking about is not just surviving, it's actually thriving. So that means a healthy mind, a healthy body, always growing, always expanding. It seems to me that that's what nature tells us. The life force wants to expand, 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 and that can be in terms of my awareness, in terms of the information I have, in terms of the experiences I have, that life itself in some way is this process of expansion. And then there's this, I don't know whether contraction, but maybe another way of saying that is consolidation of the energy, the information, right? That then with the in-breath again is expanded even more.
Okay, so just to follow up on that, thank you for that very nice explanation. When we use the word equilibrium, equilibrium is generally defined as a state of physical or mental balance or stability. So it's a state that one can be in. It's a balanced state, physical or mental balance or stability. With regards to things like posture, physiological process, psychological adjustment, all of that is involved in the balancing process. Could you elaborate on the possibility of remaining in a steady state of balance? What does that mean? Is there even such a possibility?
Well, this is a personal understanding of the word state, right? That for me, it can, if I'm mentally lazy, it can mean a static state of happiness, of equilibrium, of whatever we want to call about it. But equilibrium in the way I understand it and I'm using it is there's this, just the breath is such a classic example. There's this constant flow of in and out and in and out. And sometimes perhaps if there's more physical exertion happening, I'm running up a hill, my body grasp big gulps of air to oxygenate my muscles so I can keep going, and then naturally pushes it out, pulling it back in big gulps. So, and then perhaps at the top of the hill, there's this calming down, and the breath then moves in a way to try and balance the oxygenation in my blood and all my organs and glands in a way that's different, slower perhaps. And that's going to affect everything else in my body. So this equilibrium is the understanding that all of me is connected to all the other parts of me. Not only are my cells all connected in what we could anthropomorphically say is a consciousness of each other, a consciousness of the life force and wanting to extend it. Even though cells die off, they give birth to the new cell and transfer the energy that they've gained during their lifetime to the new cell. So there's this continuous support of the body function.
Okay, so
So it's a confluence and an expanded awareness of many processes going on within the human being, and being aware of each other and compensating what they're doing to accommodate what the other processes are doing. So in some ways, it's an expansion of consciousness equilibrium, being able to maintain a state of interested observation as opposed to judgment experience.
So that's very interesting. Interested observation, the expansion of consciousness, all these ideas that you're presenting are quite profound. In a very practical way, day-to-day experience, a person wakes up in the morning, just as an example. What are they to do to awaken this expansion, to recognize their energy flow, to also make a decision to be balanced? Could you give some direction on the practicality of what you are teaching here?
Yes, that's a great question. And there's a deceptively simple answer. And that is be embodied. And what I mean by that is when you wake up and you move from the sleep related consciousness into the fully awakened related consciousness, you have the ability to expand that consciousness of being awake, having thoughts, to what's going on in my body. Because so much of the time, many of us live kind of up here. And what I'm doing is putting my hand kind of a little above my head and to the right of it. And that's where a lot of people will tell you they feel like they are when they're in their thoughts. And so many of us are in our thoughts, and thoughts are always about what happened in the past, what's going to happen in the future. So we're missing the actual experience of right here, right now, in this moment. Can I be present in my awareness that this is a moment? And I have the ability to actually experience it. And the way we can ground that experience is through our body. Our bodies are these amazing, amazing gifts. There are vehicles for this lifetime to carry us from one place to another. And to be able to use the mind, the awareness, to actually be present in the body grounds us in the actual moment so that we are present to what's actually happening in the moment. So the first step in this is to, one, actually want to be in your body, actually want to know what's going on in your body. And it's very simple. To begin to do that, you can just basically do a body scan as you're lying in bed and ask yourself the question, what do the soles of my feet feel like in this moment? And pretty much the wisdom of the body, the wisdom of the mind and the brain actually give you some experience of what's going on in the soles of your feet. And then you move to your toes and the tops of your feet and the lower part of your legs. And you can move up through your entire body with the intention to pay attention to these different body parts and see what's going on there. Our bodies communicate to us all the time. Am I present to that communication? An awful lot of the time, I am not. Right? How many times have I been sitting at a computer working at something and all of a sudden I just am become aware of this terrible pain across my shoulders because I've been hunching forward either on the keyboard or moving towards the screen in a way that's not helpful or healthy for my body. And it's been going on for hours before I finally pay attention to what my body's telling me. Sit up straight or stand up, get some blood flowing through your body because that's what it needs to stay healthy. So this intention to become aware of the body, to allow ourselves to be in our body and respond to what our body is telling us. I'm hungry. I feel like I need to move my legs. I, have to empty my bladder. It would be really nice to be able to be quote unquote friends with our bodies. We have to be in a communication with our bodies in the immediacy of the presence, not the fear of what might happen in the future or what happened in the past, because we can't change the past. And no matter how much we plan, we're never in the future. We literally are always in the present. Are we aware of it? Are we using our mind to be in the present and make changes that we want to see in ourselves and the world? So, beautiful question, simple thing. The more you start doing a simple little body scan in the morning, perhaps before you even get out of bed, the more information you and your body are going to start becoming really, really aware and aligned and perhaps balanced in a way that you can't be if you're not aware of your body.
So,
First step, be embodied.
right. So when you say that to be aware of the body, because we can see this, we can see our body, but the awareness of the body is apparently a very big step for many people, because we're just not aware of even how we're standing at times, or how we're moving the body, how much we're sitting. Can you elaborate a bit further on how a person can become much more aware in a 24-hour cycle? Of course, now sleep time is difficult, but when we're awake, how can we really be much more aware of what we are doing with our body?
So, the very first thing is to want to be aware. So, that's intention, right? Recognize I want to be more aware of my body because this is a massive step forward in moving into vibrant health with whatever body we have in the moment. So we begin that journey of lending our consciousness to healing our body and or keeping it healthy and vibrant. So our intention to be embodied, and then to have cues to remind you to bring your attention into your body. So you can develop a habit if you have supports to remind yourself before you get out of bed in the morning to discipline yourself to check out the soles of your feet, check out your toes, your feet, your calves, your shins, and just move up the body. Perhaps if you missed it while you were in bed, you have a little post-it note on the bathroom mirror that reminds you, do a body scan. You may have set up some reminder on your cell phone for different alerts during the day that ping or ding or ring. And when you look at your phone, it says, take 3 minutes to do a body scan. So you begin to develop a habit, a pattern. It takes about 40 days to do something consistently before your mind starts just reminding you automatically. But you can do it.
So,
And there are many apps out there to
sure.
put on our phones and computers to help remind us. Apps don't work unless you have the intention to create something and you recognize the app as an aid and a support in that creation.
So, are you saying that on a day-to-day level, on a daily level, day-to-day activity, we can make small changes that gradually will take us to a level of self-mastery? Is that what you're saying? Something like that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We were born with the potential to have self mastery. Many traditions, many cultures ancient as well as more modern, have been saying this in less technical terms because the imaging technology wasn't available until now. But what the imaging is doing is just saying, oh, wow, what that ancient culture said about insight and breath turns out to be true. So that's this wonderful evolution of our minds to create this technology. But now can we evolve our consciousness to use the technology to bring the planet into a level of survival and then thriving so that it supports life on the planet for who knows how long into the future. My great, great, great grandchildren hopefully will have a beautiful, vibrant planet that they live on.
Okay, just a final question for today's exploration. When we use the word suffering, it's a very big word, and humanity suffers in countless ways and has suffered and continues to suffer. Could you elaborate on your perspective on what is suffering? And then maybe next time we can pick up on how to reduce suffering, which is what we've been talking about the whole time without using that word. What does that word mean to you? What does the word suffering mean to you?
So for me, suffering, so I have to take one step back to begin with. Our language, and I think all language that humans have engaged in, requires a delineation. So suffering, the experience of suffering exists because we have something that we call non-suffering. So the experience of happiness exists because we have something that we can relate to, which is non-happiness. So what we're doing here, what I'm doing here is talking within the duality of our language, right? So somebody's definition of suffering, earlier I said something about, one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. So perhaps one person's experience of suffering is another person's experience of liberation from something. So I experience suffering in myself. I experience what I view as suffering in others as experiencing contraction in the physical form, contraction in the thought forms, and contracted energies in the thought forms, contracted energies in the body, contracted energies in the emotions. And that contraction is labeled as suffering. It hurts. It's hard now to go further without just understanding that instead of a word that has negative values, at least to me, which suffering does, if I can use severe contraction, it helps me to be able to understand that severe contraction exists in a level of duality only because there's a level of expansion that we say is the opposite of that. Hopefully that's helpful.
Okay. Dr. Elizabeth Berman, thank you very much for today's exploratory recordings. Angel Wing thanks you for your continued wisdom, and we will end this recording here. So.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm recording on Zoom here on my computer.
Recording with Sachin for Angel Wing on love.
So I'm going to introduce you here. Welcome to the Angel Wing LLC. This is Dr. Elizabeth Berman today with us, who will be talking to us about her perspectives on love and related ideas. We have been continuing our dialogues on the topic of love every week. And as a follow-up on that, there are some questions that I will be posing to Dr. Berman, who is a licensed psychologist in Wilmington, Delaware, USA. Dr. Berman, welcome to today's program. And we will be placing this as a podcast as well as an audio recording later on in the future. So first of all, my first question to you is regarding the fact that love, it's a word that we use in the English language that is referring to a neuropsychological process. We know that if there's damage done to the brain, or there is some type of trauma or abuse or those kinds of difficulties, damage done to the brain and or the mind damages love or the expression of it. What would you want to say about love and the neuropsychology of it? And then we can kind of take it from there. So
the topic of love, or even just looking at the word love, is enormous. And one of the reasons that it's worth examining what we mean when we use the word, because the word is ubiquitous in the English language, or at least American English language and the American culture. One of the ways that I just want to point out how we're influenced by the use of the word love is that Madison Avenue, which is just a shorthand for the people who create incentives to buy things, to spend money on a product, have almost co-opted the use of the word love in a way that tells us through our eyes, through our ears, what we see and what we hear, that if we buy this product, then we will be lovable. If we look in this way, which can be created by buying this product, we then will be lovable. So there's a great deal of influence in our culture around the word love that's externally oriented. And which means I am not lovable in and of myself. This is the subtle meaning of, or the subliminal message, that I am not lovable in and of myself. I must go out and purchase these other products and or use them in a way that changes who I am. Perhaps it makes me skinnier. Perhaps it makes me look flashier, or perhaps when I get out of this particular car, people are going to want to be with me because I'm more lovable if I drive this kind of car or wear these kinds of clothes. So it's a word that has many very subtle and often unconscious meanings associated to them. And the power of our unconscious needs to be noted, because it's running in the background, subliminally underneath this conscious awareness. I'm not totally able to look at what's going on in my nervous system based on how my nervous system has been programmed by the people and the culture around me. So it's a wonderful topic of conversation, and it's so valuable to begin and engage in the process of, if I am going to use this word, can I be clear, at least within myself, what is it I mean by this word? And so in the language that I'm familiar and at ease with, what is the energy of love? If I can get down to a basic questioning of myself in terms of when I say this word, what is it that I'm pointing towards? What is it that I'm calling up? What is it that I'm feeling that has evoked the need to use this word?
Yes.
Or
Well, yes.
go ahead.
So as a follow-up on that, thank you for that very nice intro. The thing that flashed into my mind as you were speaking was the relationship between love, or what we consider to be love in any of these contexts, and its relationship to self-esteem, self-worth, self-image. That as you were talking about brand love, it's the attachment to a particular brand or clothing or perfumes, or the external aspects, and then how they relate to the sense of me, self-esteem, how I view myself, um, and then of course the energy flow within that. So I don't know if you want to go into that further.
Well, this is perhaps the meat of the topic, because if we can understand, if we can be motivated enough to explore what does it feel like when I feel myself experiencing love. So that means I have to be looking within my own self instead of outside. Now, I can follow that up with, well, what has happened to trigger or elicit that response in me? But examining what happens within myself when I use the word love is very, very powerful. And I think perhaps the first parameter around that is this because I feel somebody else is loving me, and therefore I have this experience within myself that I call love? Or is this because I'm able to look at my own self in this moment exactly as I am with love, not having lost 12 pounds or not having had a haircut after a year of being in quarantine, not with any sort of idealized image of myself having been carried out, but in this moment, right now.
So, okay, so I have a question. So to do that in the moment, to love oneself, the body, whatever is happening with the body and the mind, it almost sounds like a radical acceptance of what
Yes,
is.
yes, yes. A radical acceptance that can only come when we have the intention to be totally present and focus our attention on ourselves in this moment. Ourself, which brings up the whole other issue. Who is the self? What is the self?
Or
How do I know myself?
so before we go into that, I just have just to back up just for a moment. When a person begins to look at themselves and they don't like what they see, that's just, that's what happens in many cases. They don't like the weight they have, or the body image, or whatever. They don't like many things about themselves, maybe something that they've done before or whatever. They don't like what they see. Hence the self-image, self-esteem is very low. Now, what you're saying, if I heard you correctly, is to come out of that kind of negativity and just be present to what is. Could you elaborate on that if I heard you right?
Correct. The let's just say the research ground, the ground of observation here, or the field of observation here, is not outside of me, some imagined future when I'm more muscular, more toned, and way less, and can run faster. Whatever, fill in the blank there. But right here, right now, how do I feel about this self? And I think that that inquiry very quickly turns into an inquiry of, yes, but that's my body, right? I could feel that if I toned up my muscles, I would be healthier and feel better. That's different than I can't really love myself right now because I'm overweight and flabby.
Okay, so could you differentiate that? That seems like a really key point. Could you say that again and differentiate those 2 points?
The point is who is the self? What is the self? Who am I? Perhaps the most pervasively profound question that comes down through whatever history I'm familiar with, right? Since we started writing things down, this is one of the motivating questions for people who really want to know what's the meaning of being human? What's the meaning of life in and of itself? So you answer that question by being present in the moment and returning back to the observation of what it feels like to be in my body. But is that all of who I am? Well, the observation of the body is not the body itself. So there's a level of consciousness there. What is that consciousness about? What is that consciousness um, a part of? And what's within the consciousness? So, this discipline of being very rigorous in our not only our thinking but the way in which we're observing ourselves, so that we come to deeper and deeper experiences of what is, who am I, and if I don't know who am I, how do I know if I love myself? If I don't know who myself is or what myself is, how do I know whether I love it or not? Or am I just parroting things I've picked up from the culture and the people around me who say a lovable person does this or looks like that or whatever the criteria is to separate? Some people have it, some people don't. So this is a line of separation that leads to prejudice. It leads to all kinds of negative things, us against them.
And also mental health problems.
Yeah, exactly. I don't look like the in crowd, or I don't act like the in crowd. So how could I possibly be good or lovable or any of those other things? As opposed to getting more and more diligent about what is it that, what's the difference between a body after the life force has left it, it's still intact, it's still in the hospital bed, and the body before the life force leaves it. So perhaps it's this precious, not so easily captured thing or energy that is the life force itself, that is the common denominator between among every human being that's walking on the planet, all the animals, all the trees, all of that. So to begin to allow ourselves to get in touch with the energy that animates all of these external parts of us that we perceive with our senses and can be judged good, bad, mediocre. I think I used to watch Olympic diving events, and people would hold up numbers, giving the dive a number, right? How often do we subtly or not so subtly give ourselves a 0 or a 2 or a 3 because we're judging ourselves against some imagined standard that if the life force had left the body that meets that number 10 standard, I don't want to be that. If I carried this through to its logical conclusion, I begin to realize, wow, the external part of me, I may know and want it to be different. That's something other than whether I love myself or don't love myself. I may not love flabby muscles because I haven't worked out for a year.
Right.
I'm in quarantine. I can't go to the gym, but I can still love myself, my essence that gives life to this body. So, this undercurrent of consciousness that I can be in touch with is a very, very powerful experience. And I think through history, different people have talked about it as peak experience, expanded awareness, enlightenment, many, many different terms to point to this is the essence of being human, that you're capable of observing yourself observing. So, what is it that's doing the observing? And this is the ground that we begin to understand. Perhaps this is love itself. The energy of life is the energy of love itself.
So that's a very interesting way of putting all this. In day-to-day experience, day-to-day activity, we are always comparing ourselves to somebody else, something else, some standard of some sort. It could be with clothing, it could be with makeup, it could be with body shape, it could be with wealth or with income status. There's a continuous comparison, and we also live in a hierarchical world. Um, are you suggesting that there is a way to actually break through all of that and tap into something beyond all of that, those external coverings, and beyond the conditioning of the society?
Yes, I am. And it's the difference between, interesting, it's the difference between difference and sameness.
Yeah.
What is the same about me and that model I'm judging that I'm not as pretty as?
Yeah.
It's the life force, right? And that was in the model from the moment they were born until the moment their energy exits their physical form, exactly the same way it was with me. So instead of the judgment of some people are better than others because they look different, they have different education, they have more money and power, they may have a life that we would like to have, but intrinsically, the judgment that they're better than me on some level is arbitrary because it's being based on these external factors. And when we start judging ourselves on external factors that we have no control over, it's a very fast spiral downward.
So what you're saying, if I hear you correctly, is one of the biggest problems in self-development or towards higher development, self-mastery, etc. We are judging ourselves in relation to others, putting ourselves down because we see somebody superior, somebody greater, somebody more athletic or more beautiful or more well off or whatever. Because of those comparisons are held within our system. And by holding those comparisons, we are somehow changing our energy within. Is that something like that you're trying to say?
Yes. And the thing is we not only judge ourselves against people we think are better than us,
Yes.
because we're in that difference, what's different state of mind, we judge ourselves as better than somebody who's different than me. So in this hierarchical system, we're looking at differences.
Yes.
And that leads not only to hurtful judgments about ourselves as well as hurtful judgments about people that are different from me and have less than this quality that I wish I had, that some other people have.
And that's a very powerful phrase. The hurtful judgments are, at least as I'm hearing this, seem to me that they are quite antithetical to what is love, or they have really even no relationship to love. That's what it seems like to me. Would you want to say something about that?
Yes, I think that's true. So when you look at empathy, right, it shows up in 2-year-olds across the planet, culture, language. It doesn't matter. By 2 years old, toddlers demonstrate empathy. If they see another little toddler struggling with something, they tend to go over and offer some assistance that doesn't benefit themselves. So what the neurologists have said is that's because of the neurons in our brain, which are fully developed and functioning by age 2. And interesting. So that's basically a built-in potential in the human being. However, if you go back when kids are in middle school to those same kids, it varies radically by culture. In Kenya, the middle school kids are still being 100% altruistic, right? Or 100% of the kids. In America, less than 8% of the children in middle school. So the culture has moved in, and we're looking around and saying, oh, that's different, that's different. And the culture is telling us, well, that difference is good, but this difference is bad. And we begin then to internalize, how do I measure up to this scale of good and bad? And we start thinking about ourselves in those ways. And how can I love myself if I'm always on a scale someplace that I'm judging by external qualities?
So are you suggesting, or are you recommending some approach for us to see ourselves as we are, even though we're aware of the external scales and judgments and all such things? I mean, if I put myself on a weight scale, I can see my weight and I can see a change and whatnot. I mean, I'm even judging myself in that. Even though we're in the judgment process, because there are judgments that we make, are you saying that it is possible to be free of a judgment zone completely?
Well, it's possible to learn to recognize what the energy of judgment feels like in me, right? I have a body.
Yeah.
I have thoughts. I have emotions. I can feel into those feels of myself, albeit it takes determination and training to stay, especially with the more negative or the judgments, right, that typically are negative, to stay there with them, because we run away from discomfort and we run towards comfort, forgetting that discomfort only has meaning because there's something we call comfort.
Yes.
So there's a continuum of something, and we're picking out a point on that continuum and saying, this is bad and this is good.
Right.
And we know, because we live in a world of duality, that's what gives things meaning, is there is an opposite to them. If all we ever felt was comfort, we would have no idea what comfort was. It would just be, right? But because there's discomfort, we can always be grasping for more comfort. So it's the training to be able to be present, consciously present to an energy of judgment, and saying, wow, this is what judgment feels like in my body. This is what judgment sounds like in my words, my internal words? And can I recognize it as judgment instead of identifying myself as a judgmental person? I can be a being who's aware of the energy of judgment that just comes in. If I don't react to it, build a story and drama around it, that energy moves through us very fast. Maybe we learn something, maybe we don't, but we don't have to hold on to it and identify with it,
It
because
almost,
we judge ourselves for being judgmental, for
it's
being.
but yes, so it sounds like what you're saying. Once the energy flows inside judgment, unless we can capture it moving into that zone of judgment right away, it will go in there and it will strengthen the pre-existing pattern that's in our mind already, and it will further strengthen the neurological connection also.
Yes, very well said. Yes, yes. And we are, our nervous system is connected with our senses, and our brain processing the information from the senses carried through the nervous system. And so in some ways, we are a slave to the neural networks that we have in ourselves until we recognize that as humans, we can become aware of being aware. And we can then recognize different energies as they come through us and identify not with the energy, but identify, oh, that's love. Oh, that's compassion. Oh, that's judgment. And to allow ourselves not to reinforce the neural networks that create those responses to an experience of the world, and give us the space to look at what's going on, to love and respect ourselves enough while it's going on, to choose what we're going to do instead of just going into an automatic neural loop that just says, oh, I'm so fat, look at that girl and that jogging outfit, oh my God, what's wrong with me? And that whole negative spiral. If we can recognize, oh, there it is, judgment again, whether it's self-judgment or judgment of the other. And if it gets really hard to not get drawn into it, we can do something as simple as just putting our hands on our heart and saying, this is a really challenging experience. This is a hurtful experience. May I be kind to myself while this energy is moving through me, and offer ourselves kindness. Maybe we aren't audacious enough to say, may I love myself, even though this energy of judgment is here. But we can start with kindness and move into love.
Okay, so to follow up on this, the word love, as we started out with today, and as we have been continuing in our dialogues, it is referring to something, some neurological pattern, neuropsychological processes, maybe something spiritual, energy, so many ways of talking about it. As a psychologist, would you put love as one of the emotions, that it is an emotional state? Or are you saying, or in addition to that, are you also saying that there is that the word love is also referring to like an undifferentiated energy is the second possibility? And third thing, that would be that even that undifferentiated energy is coming from some metaphysical transcendental dimension. So there's the psychological, then there's the energetic, and then potentially something that is transcendental or metaphysical. Could you talk about these?
Yeah, the first thing I would like to say is it's somewhere along the line, somebody told me that Eskimos have something like 112, and I'm just reaching at a number now, words for snow.
Right.
We basically have snow, maybe fresh fallen snow and dirty snow, right? So, all right. So this allows me to be able to say, okay, when you live in a place, in a culture that values something, there are many fine discernments about different elements or aspects of that, right? Snow, for an example. I think the Greeks had many words for love
Sure.
because they recognize that we use or they use the word love in many different ways in many different instances. For me, a very, very basic and critical distinction is there's perhaps what we would call natural. And if we wanted to go to your third level, we could call divine love,
Yeah.
which would be for me the energy of life it's unfolding itself versus human love, which by its nature is conditional, right?
Right.
I, if you loved me, you would know what kind of flowers I like. Well, to begin with, that's stupid. Most of us aren't mind readers, but we have these conditions in our relationship, and we use those conditions, whether we've examined them or not, to say, oh, you're not very loving, or oh, you were really unloving in that situation, or we judge ourselves as being lovable or incapable of loving based on these human dynamics, which are complex because much of them is unconscious, much of it's unconscious, and we really don't have a way, at least in the past so much in our culture, to examine what is love for me. You know, I've made all these assumptions and they're rumbling around in my subconscious mind and making me judge whether my partner is being loving or not in any single situation. And that's very much the human love, right? Which is conditional.
All right. So I have a question about that. When we're using this expression, human love, we have obviously human experience. You know, we are in the human body, human frame. We experience these polarities we were talking about before, the swinging back and forth, and the different gradations of these emotions. The human experience is what we most people are just aware of that. Angel Wing is trying to unravel that and then go further from that stage. So in your exposition so far, if I heard you correctly, there have been these intimations or these specific points you've talked about where there are these openings into something beyond just our usual swinging back and forth in the emotional realm. So when a person is looking at themselves, sometimes they like themselves, they don't like themselves, they like someone else, they don't like someone else. These are the pairs of opposites. You were just talking about some minutes back, you know, that to experience even something like gratitude, there has to be something that is not gratitude. There has to be, otherwise we cannot experience that. So those polar opposites, or that continuum, is that continuum psychological at the human level? That's my first question. Second question is, if it is, if it is, if it is at that level, then what is the jump beyond that?
So I would offer that um, the continuum or the opposites, right? I
Yes.
would offer that energy flows in a continuum. And so we can talk about love, perhaps at the most expansive point of that, and hate maybe would be a word for the most contracted part of that
Yes.
particular continuum,
Yeah.
right? Judgment, totally accepting at one end of the continuum, judgmental about everything. Nothing's good enough
Right.
at the other end. So if we look at the continuum, we begin to see that opposites aren't nearly as opposite as they appear when we're not thinking about things clearly. When the emotional energy sweeps us into a place where we're feeling being judged, or that was a hateful look he gave me, or that was a mean, nasty thing to have done to me. um, we're allowing ourselves to identify with and get swept up in the emotional component of the experience, and not recognizing that there's an energy that's moving through us. I don't have to be angry, an angry person, or even angry at this moment. I can recognize, whoa, there's a strong anger energy in my body, in my thoughts, in my emotions. Like in anger, I tend to get contracted and pulled in on myself and defensive around the situation, as opposed to just recognizing the energy, because then the energy doesn't drive my response. I can look at the energy and choose what I'm going to do with it.
So what you're saying is that it is possible to almost choose what emotion we want to have.
Well, yeah, I think we need to have some skill about choosing, or about recognizing emotions that come through us.
Right.
And as we develop that skill, then we learn, okay, I can choose what to do about this. Do I want to do something that's going to give me more of that experience? Or
Yeah.
do I want to choose something that's going to take me to a different experience?
That's
Which is
where.
exactly what you said.
Yes. So we do have that choice of placing our power in a certain direction to either expand that experience, whether it's an anger experience or a compassion experience or a gratitude experience, whatever it is. Can you elaborate on that choice process? I think that's a very foreign concept to a lot of people, that they can actually choose to place their energy within a particular emotion or particular experience and expand it. Or they don't even know that they're doing that. I mean, it's a very, very interesting thing. Yes, certainly.
Yeah, so I would say that I would use the how do I want to say? I would use the term the energy. We experience energy when we recognize it for what it is at its most essential form, which is an energy, right? A thought, mental energy, our thoughts, emotional energy, feeling energies. If I have pain in my right knee, right, that's an energy, and I'm feeling it in my body. So the experience comes to us, and what we do with that experience gives us more or less power in our lives.
So,
So if the energy comes in
yeah.
and I completely allow myself to be drawn into it, I'm now angry. I am angry, right? Well, no, I have the opportunity to say, I am aware of the energy of anger or angry energy in my field. And in separating myself from the energy I'm either thinking or feeling or emoting, I then begin to have, I'm the consciousness that holds the awareness. The energy is going to come and go. That's what energy does. Consciousness, my consciousness is the most powerful thing I have. And it allows me not to get sucked into the whirlpool of strong emotions, strong. And when we have very strong thoughts, they're almost 100% accompanied by very strong emotion. So then it's a cocktail of energy that we can get swept up into. It's almost like a tornado in some ways. You know,
And,
we lose ourselves in the energy.
and that's the real trap of humanity. Most of humanity is stuck right
Yes,
there.
yes, yes. Because then whatever it was that triggered that emotion in us, right? The emotion, the thought, the feeling, that's in me, right?
Exactly.
That's not out there in the world,
Mhm.
but I can blame that dangerous, hostile driver who's driving 3 times the speed limit and cutting people off, right? And give all my energy away to all the thoughts I have about what a jerk that person is, how dangerous that person is. When I can observe it, observe the fear that it created to me, in me, when he, you know, almost drove me off the road cutting in during traffic. Um, and I lose my ability to bring my full consciousness to how to maintain safe driving in my car with this guy weaving in and out of traffic around me.
So, as I'm listening to you, I'm trying to listen very carefully to what you're saying. The thing that comes to my mind is that there is a natural integration occurring.
Yes.
All these broken pieces within us, they begin to come together. And
Yeah.
so in the integration, there is also expansion of energy. So integration is not collapsing energy; it's expanding energy, but it's coalescing. It's interconnecting. This is what this all sounds like to me.
Yes. Yes. And this brings us back to, I think, one of the very first things you talked about was self esteem.
Yeah.
Can I love myself? And my answer to that is absolutely yes. And perhaps that's the most important lesson in a human life, is to love. The love on the level of the life force itself, the acceptance and the gratitude and the um, gentle compassion that we can have for ourselves as we go through a world which has good and bad in it, which has up and down in it, which has energies that have two levels of continuum, and a culture that says one part of that continuum is good, the other part is bad, right? So there's the separation then of, where am I? Am I a good one or am I a bad one, right? In
Almost
this
like
domain.
it sounds like one has to discover who they are. But,
Yeah.
but before they do that, there is a discovery of the conditioning, programming, cultural
Yeah.
influence,
Yeah.
all of those layers that we are embedded with. We are engulfed with that almost. It's almost like an engulfing. We're engulfed with that.
It's like, does the fish know what water is?
Yes, does a fish know what water is? Right, exactly.
Right. Or another analogy has been, it's like a lens over our consciousness. I would say just our eyes, right? If somehow or another I was born with a defective lens, right, in my eye, and I didn't see blue or something, right? I wouldn't know that unless somebody put a corrected lens on my eye, and I could, oh my gosh, right? I have this discernment now that I didn't have before. So when we're young, we're all born, all mammals are born young and helpless, warm-blooded and helpless, right? And so we give, but naturally we want to stay alive, and instinctively, even though we don't have the neural networks for the abstraction of this, but we instinctively know that we have to please the caregivers in order to survive. And so we take what we're told as a reflection of reality without understanding there are all these layers of value judgment and misunderstanding. And maybe with the best of intentions, my mother teaches me what her mother taught her and her mother taught her. And I was raised in a paradigm that's probably 150 years old. We don't live in a world that existed 150, 200 years ago. So there's no like bad parents or bad culture. There's this ability to get down to the core of what does it mean to have a human experience. And that's where our power lies. Everything else is external to us, and we don't have a lot of power over the external.
So this has been really, really interesting. I just have one more request here for before we close our conversation. What practical method or approach would you recommend to those who are listening to this recording or to our dialogue here, and or to this question and answer session? Practically, what does one do? I mean, okay, so what does one do to become aware of the cultural conditioning? Is there a meditation? Is there something you would recommend? Or you could even do it now if you'd like, just show them some steps.
I would recommend that people ask themselves the question, do I want to have more power or agency in my life? Would I like to increase the areas in my life where I can make choices that have significant differences, that make differences in my life?
So that's one question that an individual can ask. Okay, so if they ask the question, what do they do next after that?
Then I encourage people to challenge themselves to experience their own mind more directly than we generally experience it. And I would say that any one of the mindful techniques, there are a myriad of them out there now, but to use something as an anchor, if you're comfortable with your breath, to just allow yourself with the intention to just simply follow your breath. You can start with 5 breaths. Can you get through 5 breaths before a thought or a feeling distracts you? And you simply allow yourself time every day, just like you would brush your teeth before you go out into the world, or you put clothes on before you open the front door and walk out, that you allow yourself a few moments every day in which you train your mind to focus on one thing. Your breath is the easiest. And as you do that, you will begin to have some appreciation for how the human mind works and what it's doing all the time, and how much of that you're totally unaware. Not you, me, all of us. It's the human condition. And as you begin to see what the mind is doing, then you begin to have a discernment or discipline that allows you to say, oh, wow, the emotions are kind of supporting that, because the mind, body, and brain all work together to try and create some sort of parallel support of whatever's going on. And in that, you begin to recognize, I have choice here. I have choice where I'm going to put my attention, because once you give yourself permission to create some space in your day and some discipline in your own awareness to just see where the mind, what the human mind does. It's often called the monkey mind. If you ever looked at monkeys, they're moving a lot, doing a lot of things all the time, not a whole lot of reflection in there. But that's a beautiful start, because from there, you begin to know who you are, and you can't help but love yourself. You've done so much good. You've come through so many challenges and hardships in a lifetime. You begin to see why you would love yourself.
It's almost as if a space mentally opens up where the clutter begins to dissipate. And just the pure state of awareness, consciousness, pure emotion, divine love or godly love or whatever language anybody wants to say, something special comes about there.
Yes, I think we have these nanoseconds perhaps in the beginning of awareness of this is amazing. When I can focus, my awareness is such a gift. It opens up so many possibilities for me to discern what things are, what's really happening to me, instead of just being, a fish in water, the water being all the emotions and all the thoughts that are surrounding me, all coming from inside, outside, all around, right? And we begin to see perhaps if a fish, I don't know what it's like to be a fish consciousness, but a fish out of water all of a sudden knows it's not the same, right?
Yes, exactly. All right. Well, that was Dr. Elizabeth Berman. Thank you very much for such an enlightening conversation in answering these questions. We'll please look forward to many more audios, videos, and meditations from Dr. Elizabeth Berman, one of our key presenters from the Angel Wing program. Thank you, Dr. Berman.
Okay, so that was good. Turn it on again.
Yeah. So well, I'll ask you the question, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, so welcome to Angel Wing Podcasts. This is Sachin Karnik. I'm from the QTP program for Angel Wing. I'm here with Dr. Elizabeth Berman, who's a licensed psychologist, and she has been very gracious to offer her valuable time to assist Angel Wing in providing her insights and valuable wisdom on many aspects of human development. So in today's podcast, we are briefly going to examine for the next 10-15 minutes or so what is meant by trust. As a preamble, Dr. Berman, as you know very well, trust is crucial for love. Trust and love go together, particularly in intimacy and caregiving, as well as in many attachment um, processes that are just present in life. What is your perspective on trust in relation to the word love that we have been examining for the last many weeks with Angela? Dr. Berman?
I think that trust is probably genetically programmed in us, in the sense that we come into this world as mammals, warm-blooded, pretty helpless, needing support to actually survive those early days, months, for humans, years. And that trust is such that in the beginning, when our basic neural networks are being laid down, and what I mean by that is our brain and our nervous system is being fleshed out, created in such a way that we can actually deal with the world, right? So with a newborn, there's this sense of where do I end and where does everything else begin? And then perhaps a very crude way of saying it, once that's kind of established, I can smash my foot against the side of my crib until I realize, wow, I'll stop doing that because the crib is not me and it hurts when I keep kicking it. Then it's making some discernment and some discriminations about how to deal with the not me or the other, right? And the other can be the sunlight coming in the window. It can be the sound of my mother's voice. It can be the warmth of nourishment, in my mouth and then going down into my belly. It is everything. And in this process of, we trust, right? Because we don't know what it is to not trust. We're just learning on such a basic foundational level.
Yeah.
After a certain period, we just take in, the caregivers, the authority figures around us, right, that are keeping us alive, are telling us, you can pet the dog, but don't touch the cat because she'll scratch you, and whatever. They're telling us everything that's pretty much unfiltered, going right into our little brains because we don't know how to discriminate. Oh, that's not so accurate, or that's not really true, or wow, that's a pretty important one. I need to remember that, right? That only comes afterwards. So, in one level, perhaps that's the most basic form of trust that we have. We just take it in until we've got enough to try and start thinking and experiencing, or judging the experiences that we have on our own. And then we begin to see, uh, following that advice or following that truth leads to pain all the time. Doing it a different way maybe leads to pleasure. So we then begin to question, right? So maybe that questioning is the first level of learning that if we have trust, there's also something called not trustworthy.
Okay, all right. So as just a quick follow up on that, and then we can end in just next 5 7 minutes or so. See, when we use the word trust, it seems to me that there is a great sense of openness. There is being, um, it's almost like the word faith, but it's different, not in a religious way, but there's a very distinct emotion that's associated with trust, and it's like latching on and or even letting go, uh, and if that trust is betrayed, there's a tremendous amount of pain in many cases.
Yes, it's a huge rent in the relationship when we feel that our trust in someone or something has been betrayed. So I'd like to, because we don't have a long time here, I'd like to just talk about trust in adult relationships.
Please, yes.
And one of the things that is very, very important is that we recognize that when we're in relationship, we have expectations. The other has expectations. We don't often ask ourselves, really, what are my expectations? Because no one single person can meet every expectation I have. That's why I mean, we're a gregarious species. We seek out more than one person in our lifetime. However, if we don't examine what our expectations are in a particular relationship with a particular person, we can never articulate what those expectations are to the other. And they in turn can articulate theirs to us, knowing full well that the other will be able to say, yes, I will always try and do that for you, or this is beyond my capacity. I can't always, whatever, or I can't meet that expectation. And I think that that's a missing component in the beginning of building a relationship. And we we use the term falling in love. We kind of lose rational critical thought when we have such a strong physical or intellectual attraction to someone, and what I expect from the other goes right out the window because I feel so good right now, right? I'm falling in love. Other people call human love a form of insanity sometimes because we do just
Okay.
stop being rational about so many things. However, to know if I want to sustain a relationship with this other person for any length of time, I need to be clear about what I'm expecting from them, because those expectations are running along basically mostly at a subconscious level until they're not met. And then all of a sudden they become very conscious, and we feel, you would never do that to me if you really loved me. Well, the other may have no idea that you are expecting that from them. So this conversation about expectations in an open way in the beginnings of relationships can go so far in building a healthy ground for trust to grow, because real trust is earned.
So, and then just in closing, could you just briefly talk about the relationship, if you can kind of connect these pieces together, between trust, love, energy, and expansion? Just a couple of summary statements that pull these ideas together.
Okay, so trust and love are different forms of energy. If we're talking about, all right, this is pretty complex. Let's talk about human love right now.
Yeah.
Human love is conditional. Not every human being can be everything another human being wants them to be and take care of themselves at the same time. So the energy of trust can be built consciously within a relationship if we are able to know ourselves well enough to know that we want and need two different forms of energy, but to have certain things met in a strong, close relationship. We have to know this about ourselves before we can then speak to the other about how this is an expectation we have and what a good, healthy relationship is about.
Okay. That was Dr. Elizabeth Berman, licensed psychologist from Wilmington, Delaware. She is part of our core team in the Angel Wing program. Many, many thanks to you for today's wonderful insights on trust and relationships. We will see you again next time. For all listeners who are watching these podcasts or YouTube videos, please remember that we have multiple programs going on. Please visit the website, theangelwing.com, and we hope to see you on any one of our programs. Thank you very much. Beautiful.
All right, Sachin, thank you.
You did it.
I've got.
Okay, so are you ready?
I am ready. Do you mind that I have a halo?
No, that halo is nice. I like that halo. It's a divine halo. Okay, so okay. Welcome everyone to Angel Wing video podcast and audio podcast. This is Sachin Karnik here from the Quantum Transformation wing of the organization. We are today here with Dr. Elizabeth Berman, who is a licensed psychologist in Wilmington, Delaware. She has many years of experience in psychology and quite a bit of education, study, as well as personal and professional experience that has a wide range. So I'm going to ask her a couple of questions today to continue our further exploration for the Angel Wing program as a benefit and as a service to humanity overall, and of course to all the people who are tuning in. So Dr. Berman, in going through many of your audio recordings and your conversations, your Wednesday evening presentations, the one thing that runs through, like there's a central theme that seems to run through all of your teachings and all of your ideas, and that has to do with contraction and expansion of energy, which we have talked about before. I wanted to probe this a bit further because it is an idea that many people have not heard before, and as we're expanding the organization, this is going to come up again, so that we want to capture some more depth in this. So just to kind of start off with, we all have a sense that we have energy. Sometimes we feel low energy, high energy. We kind of have an intuitive sense of what that is. then we also have a sense that there's a mind inside. So we understand that, we understand to some extent that there's energy flow. Um, when you are using this expression, contraction and expansion of energy, um, it, the way I understand this is that there is a core energy, like a root energy, that can expand within the mind, within the body, within the mind, and that has impact outside, and that can also take contracted forms. So, what is your fundamental understanding and viewpoint regarding energy and its contraction, energy and its expansion, energy and its stabilization?
Well, to begin with, I find it easiest for me to organize my experience, my understanding, and then my attempts to integrate new experiences into what I already know by starting with the foundation assumption that everything is energy. Excuse me. Our computers are energy in a very solid form. Our bodies are energy in solid form. When we talk about form, there has to be some solidity to outline it from what everything that's not that form. So understanding and so thoughts are what I would term mental energy. Emotions are what I would term emotional energy. My body is a physical energy. Actual physical pain is registered as the energy feeling pain, or I can feel expansion in my body also. So that basic foundation, that if I start with everything is energy, it helps me to sort through my experience of the world around me and the world within me, within my body, within my mind, within my emotional field. And having said that, because if everything is energy, energy's got to have some qualities to it that my human mind can understand. And one of the basic ones that I work with is energy can either show up in a contracted form or in an expanded form. And I would say we all know this intuitively. Perhaps we've never thought about it using this particular language, but when you're frightened, upset, in pain, if you pay attention to your body, you usually find a contraction of the muscles, even typically a contraction of the posture, as opposed to in a lovely state of happiness, perhaps even joy. There's this sense that the body is opening up, the feeling of connection with things around us is much more real and much more accessible. So I would talk about that as an expanded experience of energy. And sometimes in terms of an emotional continuum, you can say hate and fear. Perhaps fear is more basic than hate. So let's say fear, it anchors a very contracted end of the energy, emotional energy continuum. And love in its most expanded form, love simply for the experience of loving, not as an exchange for something else, is a very expanded form of emotional energy. Joy is also very expanded form. And you can see that expansion doesn't necessarily mean activity, because there are some moments of joy that are very quiet, but so expanded. Others, children express joy with a lot of movement and smiling and perhaps even yelling joyously. So we see that expansion can take many different forms on the third dimensional plane that we see with our and hear and taste and whatever with our senses.
Okay, so uh, as you were talking about that, in our day-to-day experience, there are probably more states of contraction than expansion in the ordinary person's life. Would you say that that's true?
I would say that's true. And I would say that that's not the human condition as perhaps we'd call it a birthright. Because when we look at newborns, they typically, when their basic needs for food, shelter, and comfort, they don't have a terrible diaper rash that's irritated by a wet diaper, that they're very peaceful,
Yeah.
right? And very expanded in the sense of as newborns grow, you can see as their senses kind of come online, their brain starts responding to sensory input, that they're very open to going out, right? In the beginning, it's going out through their eyes and maybe going out through the sounds that the ears are responding to. So I would say that's more a natural state of the human condition prior to what society does to us. Now, I've only lived in this society and this culture at this time. And I would say that so much of what we do in response to the societies and the cultures that we're living in is pushing us so hard to do way too much. It turns out that all these energy saving devices that technology has come up with actually just mean that people expect us to do even more than they did before we had our energy saving devices. And there's this underlying tension, which is contraction, as I understand it and experience it, that we're not doing enough and we're not doing it fast enough. And so we try to multitask, and that's always a really bad idea because we don't have our full attention on one thing and we make mistakes and we don't do it well. And it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy of I didn't do it right or I didn't do it perfectly. And so there's this constant state of tension in our lives. That's the first thing. That's immediate environmental influence on us leading to contraction. The other thing is simply in terms of our biology and what the brain we've inherited through the history of our ancestors, Homo sapiens, that our brain is programmed to look for danger, to look for problems. They've even identified a section of the brain. It's the default mode when the brain is not focused on solving a specific problem. It just goes to kind of this hyper alert vigilance of looking for what's wrong now, what could possibly go wrong, what do I need to be paying attention to now. So this kind of negative bias in our own brain, in our own biology, we have to work to recognize that that's a part of who we are. It's a part of our consciousness and the way the mind works. And through education, learn ways to relax ourselves, consciously choose to relax ourselves. Good news is the breath is one of the best ways to do that. And we also inherit lungs and a posture and a body that breathes great when it hasn't been poisoned or diseased in some way. Our lungs work great. And even as a baby, we use our belly to let our diaphragm lower and take in much more air into the lungs. And the simple act of being conscious of your breath tends to send relaxation chemicals into the body. It switches from the sympathetic to the parasympathetic nervous system, and in the sense of, without us even really thinking about, oh, I need to relax now, if we just pay attention to our breath, the body, the brain responds to that immediately, sends this cascade of chemicals, neurochemicals through the body, and the body responds to that with this opening, this relaxation, perhaps even a sigh of, ah, right? The letting go of the tension we've been holding.
Yes. All right. Yes, that's very true. I think we can certainly, we know that we have tension, we have distress at times. Going back to a little bit more about just energy, there is the sense of energy being in a potential state, that there's a potentiality that activates that, or that becomes, it moves from potentiality into activity. So,
Yes.
so each human being has a reservoir of energy, has quite a bit of potential, or so maybe we could say that there's quite a bit of possibility of the energies that are dormant to awaken in different ways into certain activity, so that they can be brought into full expression. Um, if that's actually the case, would you say that that's one of our overall purposes of life? You know, people always ask, "What's the purpose of my life?" Could we say, in a very generic sense, or are you stating that part of one's life's purpose, or maybe the purpose, is to bring this energy into full activity, full expression in every possible way that can enliven the individual completely? What do you say about?
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with, throughout, I would say, modern history, throughout written, since we've been writing things down and passing it on, there's been this emphasis on know thyself over and over and over. It seems like so much of what's considered great in the Western world, because that's the world I'm familiar with, is the literature that in some way embeds this question, who am I and why am I here? To thine own self be true. Well, you have to know who the self is before you can be true to it, right? Know thyself. All of these, we find them everywhere. And I think that it requires some education to actually unpack or deconstruct the profundity of those very simple questions. And I think that they all relate to the fact that we have DNA. And it's out of our DNA that we unfold. We unfold the body that we're born with. We unfold the use of the mind, the brain that is influenced by the mind, because I make a distinction between the brain and the thoughts from the mind. And there's this ever expanding, I think, potential of what we're capable of knowing. I think many people, certainly in my life, I've experienced it, and I've had many students, many clients who have reached a point where they've had an aha moment of understanding something in a more expanded way. And very often the comment is, oh, I knew that. I just wasn't aware that I knew it. So this potential that you talk about in terms of energy that's available to the human being, I think in terms of thought, it's that diligence to keep your eye on the prize of answering the question, who am I?
Mhm. So that's the biggest question. The discovery of the self. What am I? Who am I? When we begin to ask this question, we invariably come across the body, the physical body, then we come across mental activity, emotional, cognitive activity, thinking activity, and then fueling all of that is power, is energy. So, so, so my question is, when you are referring to the expansion of energy, that would seem to be very much experiential, that's a direct state of being and feeling and becoming and experiencing and living and thriving. It's not just an idea or just listening to some ideas, but it's a very real, very direct experience. Would you say something about that?
Yes, it is a very direct experience. So energy is energy, right? And I don't know, I'm not a scientist that studies energy, and there are probably many different ways of talking about it, but perhaps I can speak of energy, that pure primal, what there was before there was form, what there was perhaps before there was the word or light, or right, that is the basic, most primal. We can't even call it a thing, because if that exists before everything else, that exists. And that's an existential question that I don't think it's really valuable for this particular conversation. Perhaps then we can talk about the different forms that energy takes, and perhaps the energy of fear, right? We all know fear on some level is a very contracted form of energy. And hopefully we all know happiness, if not joy, on even if it's just nanoseconds of it. That's that's energy, the primal it, right? Or that in an expanded form. And that along that continuum, you know, there's complacency, there are all the energies that humans talk about experiencing.
Okay, so is there a possibility of energy expanding to a state where it doesn't expand further? It goes to a certain level and that there's a cap on that? Or is it your perspective that it can actually keep growing further and further?
Yes, absolutely. That it seems to me that the scientists who talk about the quantum,
Yes.
right? That's what they're talking about, that this is energy that's not bounded by space and time,
Right.
which the scientists talk to us about. These are human constructs to try and make some order out of things and manage it. But their energy, if energy is the basic foundation of all, energy is infinite. Our thoughts about it are finite, but it's infinite. And throughout history, there have been many, many different people who have talked about how to access higher and higher forms of energy.
Yes.
That allow us to understand things from a different perspective. You know, you have that, perhaps you have somebody that you value very much, and you read a book that they write, or you hear a lecture that they give. And then a year or two later, you come back and you reread or you re-listen to the original lecture. And there's this, oh my gosh, that's what she was saying. Oh, that's what he meant when he wrote that paragraph. There's our ability to conceptualize, to hold in our own awareness has expanded.
Exactly. Exactly. So in day-to-day purview, we are always connected with other people around us, other places, the external world, the internal world, as we've said before. There is energy exchange going on all the time, even with food. I mean, food is a form of energy. We're eating, we have a relationship with food. We have a relationship with all the different drinks that we ingest, water and sodas and whatnot. We have a relationship with our family structure, which is also an energy transfer process. So it seems like there is a dynamic aspect to that raw energy that is moving from one place to another. It's changing, it's moving, it's dynamic. Money is a form of energy. We go to buy something and we spend money in that. Money is a symbolic representation of energy. So it seems like there is a dynamic aspect to all of energy that is within our purview, rather than it being a static thing.
Oh yeah, for me, I've never thought about it like this particularly, but for me, energy is always moving.
Yes.
Even within ice, right? We think of water, right? It can be ice in a very apparently solid form. It can be liquid. It can be steam, right? It can be all of these different aspects of water per se.
Yes.
But there's always movement. There's always some movement within, even within ice. There's always some movement, as well as a potential for further expansion. Our thoughts, my mental activity. The more I study, the more I'm exposed to, the more I think critically about my own experience of what I'm exposed to. My ability to think and to hold ever more complex understandings of energy exchanges. You talked about relationship, and we're a gregarious species. The number of people who choose to live monastic lives or go and live in a cave by themselves for their entire life are very small compared to the rest of us who have some degree of interaction with other life forms, and typically that includes people. I know a lot of people that say they prefer dogs to people, but they do in fact live in society and interact. And so I'd like to take just a moment and talk about, in a relationship, there are three energy fields. There's my energy field, and we'll take my relationship with you, Sachin, your energy field. And then there's the field of the energy between us that we'll call the relationship energy. And it's made up of the sum of what I put into our relationship and what you put into our relationship. And I think a very profound notion that people could learn from as they think about it and apply it to their lives is that if we try and understand in every interaction, there's a relationship unfolding, and that the only control I have is the energy I put into the relationship. We think we can control others, but really, in the end, all we can control is the energy we give and the energy we choose to take in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. Because, when we talk about a relationship, which is very practical, which is very much in our purview, there are many aspects and many forms of that relationship. So there are attractions in a relationship. There are commonalities in a relationship. And there can also be quite a bit of disturbance and disconnection in a relationship. There can be an externalized focus. There can be an internalized focus. Someone may be just on their keeping attention just on what they're wanting from whoever. Some people might be focused completely on their child or their husband or whatever. It's completely external. So the awareness of the flow of energy in a relationship. Would you say something about that? How to raise that awareness?
How to raise that awareness? Well, the first thing is to simply be aware that there is a relationship, and the relationship holds energy.
Yes, exactly.
And it holds my energy and the energy of the other.
Now there's also the memory structure, the memories through which we are seeing another person. It's like the image of the other person, the memories of the other person, and then that person has memories and images about us. So we're not looking at that person just like that directly. We're looking through the screen of our memory, through the screen of our images and our biases and all of that. And then so it seems to me that that distorts energy somehow, that screen.
Well, what I would say about that is within every relationship between people, probably between people and animals anyway,
Yes.
too, but let's just talk about people. There are expectations,
Right.
spoken and unspoken.
Sure.
And one of the very important pieces of information for long-term healthy relationships
Yeah.
is to understand that there are always expectations.
Sure.
And if you take the time over the course of a relationship to honestly look at your own expectations of the other, and then be able to speak candidly about that with the understanding that no one person can meet any other person's 100% of their expectations. So if two people choose to go into that level of conversation about, I expect my husband to X, Y, and Z, right?
Well, okay, so if someone is going to do that, first of all, there has to be respect. There needs to be the energy of listening. And that maybe you can elaborate on that, because many times, we're not even listening to what the other person is saying. Before they even finish a sentence, we have three things going on in our mind already. So we might want to, if you say something about that.
Yes, and that's a very important part of education, I would say, because I'm not sure that we live in a culture that creates enough time, enough really quality time for an infant, a toddler, a young child to have modeled to them over and over again a parent, a caregiver who is totally and completely present
Mhm,
when we as a child speak to them. So
mhm.
there's a difference between hearing and listening, right? So hearing, I hear you, I hear you. Most parents who have had teenagers will say, oh yeah, I know. Are you here? Are you listening to? Yeah, I hear you. And 2 minutes later, you ask them a question about what you just said, and they have no idea. So the sound can come into our ear, but whether we register it in our brain with attention,
That's it.
you have to be motivated to want to listen.
So that motivation has energy right there. So again, that goes back to using energy in a deliberate way to make it active. So it's active listening.
Yes, yes. And you'd say, well, maybe people do that when the stakes are really high. Yeah, probably. But think about the quality of our lives if we tried to become people who, if we're choosing to be in a conversation, we choose to do it with the intention to listen to the other.
Mhm. Well, that's a big thing. I mean, that all sounds very good, and I think most people would say that that's what we ought to be doing. Nonetheless, in day-to-day life, it doesn't seem to happen as much. So to increase that act of listening, um, what practical tools or suggestions would you give in general to enhance the energy of listening?
I would start with disciplining the mind. The mind has so many thoughts. And the brain is wired to move very fast. Take
Yes.
something in, pass it through, be ready for the next thing. So the brain and the mind are moving pretty fast. They're geared, the mind doesn't, I mean, the brain doesn't move physically in space, but it's processing and ready for the next bit of sensory input, processing. So that's what I mean by moving fast.
Right.
And the mind, I don't even remember the number actually, but we have so many more thoughts than we're aware of. So in this background of vague awareness, there's this thought after thought after thought after thought. And if you have some training to pay attention
Yes.
to your own thoughts, you realize that there's no logic and that there's no loyalty in that stream of consciousness. That within, if you listen long enough, your thoughts will tell you to do three absolutely different things that have absolutely different outcomes with the same intensity. It's just
Yes.
thought, 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 without any care for the consequences of acting on that thought. And periodically we become aware, we catch a thought that has it's sticky for us and we can't get rid of it. And we start ruminating on it and we forget that it's a thought and we begin to think that that's the world we live in. We forget that the thought is generating all of this energy, all of this emotion, all of this story about what's going on.
Yes.
And we take that for reality, forgetting, no, actually, this is my mind on a big rant here, justifying itself.
So,
because it was a sticky enough thought that it generated an emotion and the body got really involved in it. And then the brain gets activated in a certain way. And now we're in this big storm of energy.
what is a sticky thought? What do you mean by that?
I'm a victim. That's a sticky thought, right? And perhaps you grew up as a minority in your dominant in the environment. You know, you're a minority culture or a minority, whatever. Anybody who has dealt with a disability will tell you that it took so long for the Americans with Disability Act to get made into law so that we would even have access for people in wheelchairs
Right.
to essential buildings. So there's a way in which we can look at ourselves as not being like we think, again, important word there, think everybody else is, and we can feel that everything misfortunate that's happened to us in our life is because we're a victim. And we're a victim because, and we have big stories about how we're a victim. You know, for a while, there was the women's movement. So everybody who was in a female body was a victim. And there's still some of that out there now. Some of it is reality and some of it is the stories we make up.
Sure.
To, in some ways, make excuses for why things happen to us. And there's a movement now called radical responsibility,
Right.
which starts with the premise that if it's happened to you, you have in some way caused it. And that's radical because it requires us to look so closely at our experiences
Yes.
and our thoughts.
Yes.
And see if we are in fact victimizing ourselves and are responsible for what we're blaming others for, because we give away our power when we blame others.
So that's a big thing right there, that, you know, our internal root power, our raw power is lost. It's been destroyed with blame, with the externalized focus, without realizing that we are the cause to a large extent, perhaps, of our own issues and problems and entanglements and agitations and so many things.
And I would even point, if it's too radical to say I'm the cause of all of this,
Yeah.
perhaps a better or a place to start is I only have control for me.
Right. Right.
So if I say, all right, this is on my doorstep, this is in my awareness, right? It's
Yes.
affecting me.
Yes.
Really, the place that I have power is now what am I going to do about it? Maybe I don't even need to go to I caused this, right? Maybe I can just start with, okay, what are my if I have any power at all, it lies in how am I going to respond to this?
Yes. So that brings us back to the present moment of that life is in the present, and not to be caught up in trying to manipulate the past, because we cannot change it anyway. And in reality, it doesn't even exist except in our memories. So where does the past exist? There's only the present reality. So I guess what you're saying is that if we keep attention on using our energy in the present, we are able to build whatever that future may be.
Yes, yes. And the word memories come up a couple of times here, and I would like to just offer kind of a superficial statement about memory, that we think of memories as a snapshot
Yes.
of time and place. But really, the way the human uses memory and stores memory is every time we access a memory, our re-experiencing of that
Yes.
is encoded in the memory, in the core memory.
Yes.
So if we're very happy when we're remembering a happy event, the current energy of happiness is enfolded in that memory. If we're somehow really angry at that person and we're very contracted and grumpy when we have this memory of a perhaps happy time, the memory shifts a bit to a bit more negative memory
Yes.
when
Yes.
we access it. So this sense that there is a past that's so real that we can count on it, right, is not very accurate.
Right, exactly. Because it almost seems like the memories we have are, they're only for guidance.
Mm,
This is one of the things that I've tried to present, with some of the people that I work with, is that the memories we have are just for guidance. That's all, to make our life even better. Even if the memory is negative, even if it's traumatic, there's something to be learned and gained from that.
yes.
You say something about.
Yes, and well, that's lovely. I like that you do that, and I like that you've brought it up in this conversation. And I would say that in allowing the memory to teach you something
Yes, exactly.
is such a masterful way to use your memory, right? Because mastery means I have enough power and control at this time to master this situation, right?
Exactly.
Mastery takes work. It takes dedication and work. I can't remember the quote exactly or even who said it, but one of the really great tennis players said, it took him hundreds and thousands of hours to get to his level of expertise in tennis.
Yes.
How many hours do we spend looking at how we think and how we act based on what we're thinking? I would say it's not hundreds and thousands of hours. So there's something that it would be wonderful if as a culture we could learn to value, which is know thyself.
Right, right, right,
Right.
exactly. So part of know thyself has very much to do with recognizing that we have the storehouse of memory, recognizing that there is energy flow that can expand or contract at any given time, and to decide voluntarily, using our free will, using our sense of consciousness, that uh, I can live a life of expansion by deliberate choice, by deliberate decision. So the decision is not confused at all, like a decisional balance. Maybe I can do this, maybe I can't do that. Not like that. There is just a total clarity present in the present life, that this is the right way to go. There's no confusion left at that point.
Yes, yes, there aren't conflicting ideas and emotions.
Exactly.
There's an intention to bring our attention to our lives in a way that puts the power back in my hands.
Yes, 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 that's very beautiful. It puts the power back in our hands. So that is almost indicative that power or energy is something that we possess, we accumulate, we hold on to. And then perhaps even a greater realization that that power or energy is me.
Yes. And I would say that I used to think it was a very radical thing to say, but now not so much. We hold the wisdom
Yes,
that created our bodies. When we were in our mother's womb, we went from a two-celled organism to a fully formed baby that gets birthed
exactly.
and then has a separate existence from the womb that held it and protected it while this very complex organism built its own body.
Right, right.
So that level of intelligence and power is phenomenal.
Definitely.
That's within us. You know, in every single cell of our body, we have strands of DNA, RNA, right? And for years, scientists used to say, you know, a great percent of this is just, they used to call it junk DNA.
Yes.
Now they're realizing, whoa, maybe not so much junk. Maybe with this expansion of our minds to try and hold what quantum means,
Yes.
we begin to understand that we have wisdom within our own cells that we're not accessing.
That's the biomemory. Yeah.
Yes, we're not bringing into at least the possibility of that into our consciousness.
So really, and just to summarize, we just have a couple of minutes left here, that we have so much potentiality, so much power that that we can awaken, you know, using the various modalities that Angel Wing is offering. And of course, people can access other help also if they need to, you know, like for more professional help or whatever. But we're providing a platform for everyone who is taking this journey with us to directly open up their potentiality, move into a state of expansion, and move out of cyclical problems or cyclical destructive patterns. So, if you want to make some closing comments,
Yes, I would just say that we shift out of our patterns by creating new neural networks in our brains. And that's what neuroplasticity is. And that's this amazing reality, whether we access it or not,
right,
that until our last breath, we can still be creating new neural networks in our brain.
exactly.
And with new neural networks, then we see and hear and think differently.
Definitely.
We have more choices within ourselves to access.
Yes, it's a broadening of one's vision. It keeps expanding further and further. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Elizabeth Berman. Very interesting conversation. This is a podcast from Angel Wing by Dr. Elizabeth Berman on the expansion and contraction of energy and its related ideas. Look forward to many, many more dialogues and discussions, and please do tune in to her Wednesday evening presentation if you have time. Thank you very much, Dr. Berman.
Thank you, Sachin.
Speaks to the diversity of the talent that is there. Because, I mean, look, if we're talking about human upliftment, good Lord, I mean, that is the ultimate thing, perhaps, whatever that might mean. That might mean things like, you know, social service activities, all the way to this phenomenal internal transformation into higher consciousness and things like that. It's a whole range of things. Like it goes back to Maslow's hierarchy and things like that.
Yeah, yeah. It's social justice. It's
Right.
yes. It's yes.
It's got everything in there. So the structure we have is so broad that almost anything can fit in there that is related to the progression of humanity.
Yeah.
Almost anything can. I mean, from medical science to psychology to meditation.
Well, yeah, art and literature.
Art, literature,
I
poetry,
mean, you know,
dance.
sometimes poetry is one of the most meditative experiences.
Exactly. You know, and so that's a very, it's a tremendous thing. And so to that effect, what I'd like to do today, if it is all right with you, I'm going to just show you something here.
Sure.
Some slides that I have been working on positive psychology, and see what you think of this. I mean, this is actually something that will eventually be part of the Angel Wing program. These are just all in rough draft right now. But if you go to this slide here, positive personal trait development. So there are 13 boxes here. And I thought it might be interesting as we're talking about love and energy and healing and all of this, that maybe we can probe, I can pick your brain a little bit about personality, what your perspective is on that, and kind of ask you about these pieces that are in these boxes here, actually.
Yeah, I just, yeah, that's great. Let me just look at these boxes for a second.
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, 1 and 13 are two sides of the same coin.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. So maybe what we can do, we can start our dialogue this way. If you hit your record button,
All right, wait a minute. My phone, was out of charge. So let me make sure I've got enough charge to use it.
That's fine. Otherwise, we'll just record it on here, which is all right too.
Okay, I'm good, but it's going to take me a moment now to set it up.
That's fine. Take your time. No problem.
So what do I need to do here? I need airplane mode on, and I need my speaker. You know, this whole thing about radical responsibility.
Yes.
Is getting a lot of, I'm just going to call it airplay right now.
Sure.
You know, it's kind of a buzz phrase for people to identify things. I don't know what, I lost the little, I haven't lost it. It just, I don't know where it is. The little,
Don't worry about it. I can do the recording on here, and it'll be a nice video recording actually. And so it's fine. So don't worry about it. If you cannot find it right now, it's nothing to worry about.
Okay. All right, good.
So there's no need to worry at all about that. Let me actually go in here, and which is good. Let's see. Let's put this one up here. Okay, just like what we do over there. Take your time. Then I'm going to look up something on the internet here also. There is actually there's a lot of, you know, this whole question about personality, and you and I really haven't really touched upon that too much, and I thought that would be a nice segue because that's a major thing to really get into. You know, what is meant by personality and all. So
yeah, I know. And you know, I don't feel really competent right now to give a definition of personality.
That's okay. You don't have to give a definition of it. I'll just kind of ask you some questions and see what comes up from there. You know, okay. Just go naturally. Don't worry about the technical language behind any of that, actually.
Okay.
Okay. So whenever you're ready, let me know.
I'm ready.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the Angel Wing. My name is Sachin. Karnik. I'm the first volunteer with the Angel Wing Quantum Transformation Program. Joining us today is Dr. Elizabeth Berman, who is a licensed psychologist in Wilmington, Delaware. And she has extensive experience in multiple areas within psychology, specifically positive psychology, energy psychology. She has great insights into the transformative potential of each person. So to that effect, I want to welcome Dr. Berman and welcome all of the people who are listening to this video podcast. The topic today is about positive personal trait development. So before we go into all of these boxes and the different ideas presented here, we want to try to understand from Dr. Berman a little bit more about personality. So I'll kind of make some initial comments and see where it goes from there. So when we use the word personality in the general parlance, that kind of refers to one's behavior, one's sense of oneself. Some people say I have a great personality, being very social. The word is used in those ways many times. But psychologically, it is, as I understand the word in psychology, that these are individual characteristic patterns of thinking, feeling, and behaving. So these are pretty well-established patterns within oneself. So, for example, if someone is narcissistic, so there's a sense of, the me and has become very strong and is a lot of focus on oneself, as opposed to someone who has like a dependent personality. So all of these classifications are there. We won't go into all that right now. The general question for Dr. Berman is that there is a pattern that develops within our childhood, from childhood to teenage to young adulthood. And they say that usually around age 18 onwards, 18 to 24 to 30, that's when a personality pattern predominates. There's a pattern that develops that's conditioned as part of one's identity. One's sense of oneself is there, but it's a way of thinking and feeling and perceiving the world, and all of that is part of what is meant by personality. At least that's one way to think about it. And then there's quite a bit involved in it, things like traits and all that. So before we get to any of that, what are some of your initial thoughts about what is meant just by the word personality? When you hear that word, what does that mean to you?
The word personality is another kind of big umbrella word,
Yes.
meaning, as you've alluded to, many things to different people. People who study personality, I think, probably have different definitions of it depending upon what field their background is.
Yes,
right?
yes,
So,
right.
Social scientists, even within social sciences, there would be different kind of interpretations because of the way people are trained. But certainly from social sciences to the harder sciences, harder meaning maybe studying the neural networks in the brain experts would have a different understanding of what the word personality means based upon the tools that they use to study it, to examine it, to collect research, to generate hypotheses about what is personality and or how to change certain aspects of the personality. So given that, and that I'm as much influenced by that bias as anybody is, I can speak to it from my point of view. And for me, personality is the way in which we see the world and the way we respond to what we see as the world.
Yes.
So as you pointed out, maybe somebody is narcissistic and maybe even might identify themselves with that label. And I would hazard a guess that their sense of the world is there's not enough to go around, so I better get mine while I can. If somebody else gets too much, it's going to come off my plate. And that
Right.
sense of me first at all costs. Versus somebody, I can't remember, what was the other personality trait you mentioned?
I was mentioning about, just for example, dependent personality.
A dependent personality
Yes.
would, I would assume, be someone with a history who has been taught that they don't have enough personal power
Yeah.
or intelligence or skill to navigate the world in a way that will keep them safe and happy. And so they're always looking outside of themselves for someone to give them what they're perceiving they're missing in their life. So that's very general kind of way of saying it. But I think for me, the critical thing here is whether we're talking about personality, trait, or a state of people are talking now about the COVID has put us into a trance state. Some
Yeah.
people who teach meditation talk about being in the trance state, not even realizing that we have a body and that in this moment, certain things are happening in our brain and our body and our thoughts. And that the purpose of life, according to some people, is to awaken from this trance state, to
Right. Right.
come out of this kind of automatic knee-jerk functioning to everything, and to be aware of ourselves in such a way that we recognize in each moment we're in the moment. We're processing the information that our body, our brain, our mind is feeding us in this moment. And we recognize that at every moment there's a choice point. What part of this myriad of information am I going to respond to? Most of us go through most of the day not recognizing the fullness of our moment-to-moment experience, therefore
Exactly.
not recognizing that we have a choice what we're going to focus on, what we're going to say, if anything, what we're going to do in this moment, if anything. And so I would offer to you that the reason we end up this way is because the neural networks that are laid down in our brain, which
Yes.
interprets for us who am I? It gives
Yeah.
us information to try and answer the question, who am I? And what is this world about? And how do I interface or fit into the world in a way that makes me feel fulfilled, good, happy, fill in the blank of the adjective there.
Yes. Yes.
So the critical understanding that I have of what I just said is that for the most part, this, if you want to call it trans state of what we think the world is, mistaking our thoughts about the world for an actual, tangible, physical world out there, is that those neural networks, which tell us how to think about and respond to certain sensory input that come into us through our bodies and our
Yes.
brain, those are conditioned and laid down by our parents. It starts in utero in terms of what the mother is feeling, thinking, eating, doing while we're in the womb. Hence, a mother who is an alcoholic and is drinking her entire pregnancy
Yes.
has a
Yes.
high probability of producing a child with a fetal alcohol syndrome who has a very different experience of the world than a mother who has a healthier pregnancy and the support to keep the fetus healthy while she's pregnant. And her thoughts and her moods, which are all a part of what's nurturing the cells that eventually create this whole human baby that's birthed at some point,
Yes.
that already is starting to go into our DNA. And then the messenger RNA in terms of the rest of the body, and how that is going to be used. Certainly after we're born, the way people treat us, what people say to us, how they respond to us, lays down the foundation of what we think the world is and who we think we are. We're not even a who at the beginning, but the way
Right.
that the dominant people around us treat us. This is then picked up by authority figures in our spiritual traditions, in our educational traditions and institutions, in our, younger years, our school years, early school, middle school years, and then our peers as we get a bit older, like high school age, begin to start having an input. But really, the early building blocks of how we see the world and how we perceive ourselves are somebody else's paradigm. There's somebody else's opinion of what
Mm-hmm.
the world is and who we are. And that's communicated to us by the way they treat us, what they say to us. A
Yes.
child who's always hearing, will you be quiet? Stop bothering me. I'm busy right now. Versus a child who's told, oh, sweetheart, what is it? What do you need right now? Let me see if I can help you. Even if that child learns to have some delay of gratification because the mother can't be 100% or the caregiver can't be 100% there for us. So that's kind of a brief summary of what I think about this huge question.
Yes.
Simple
Yes.
question.
So, yeah, so thank you for that nice overview and introduction. Generally, it is taught in psychology that there is a 5-factor model of personality. So personality traits are understood as patterns of thought, feeling, and behavior that are that relatively endure across an individual's lifespan. So this is interesting.
That are relatively what?
That relatively endure, that are
Oh,
relatively,
endure. I see.
yes. So
Yes.
they,
As opposed to a passing mood.
right, exactly. Very much. So personality traits are understood as patterns of thought, feeling, and behavior that are relatively enduring across an individual's lifespan. And this is very interesting because part of what you were describing is the development of the personality structure in itself, which would mean that who we consider as who we are, our identity, our sense of me, is all part of that personality structure, or maybe the personality is part of the me.
It's a manifestation of who I think I am.
It's a manifestation of who I think I am as opposed to who I actually am. What do you say?
Well, I would say, and the reason I said who I think I am, because the mind is it's not all conscious.
Right.
So there are many aspects to the mind, and we can talk about consciousness being, let's just say there, we talk about the mind being a big circle, right?
Yes.
If we draw a line across the middle, everything above that is on a conscious level, everything below it is on an unconscious level. And the unconscious can be the subconscious, which is close to that line of surface awareness, but there's also deep unconscious, and if we really want to get into it, there's a collective unconscious in our mind, and then
Yeah.
there's consciousness. And as we study the mind from different metaphysical traditions, we also begin to realize that we can be connected with something called a supra consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
which we'll get into at some point in this
Sure.
extended discussion.
Sure.
And so the thing is that so much of what's going on in our consciousness, what's been labeled the stream of consciousness, is in that subconscious realm. You know, it's an interesting exercise to say, even if you do it every 3 hours, set a timer for every 3 hours during your waking day. And when the timer goes off, to just stop and respond, you know, turn your timer off and ask yourself the question, what was I just thinking?
Right.
It's like, oh my gosh, there's so many thoughts rushing through my mind all the time that I'm totally unaware of, right? In the moment they're registering, but it's so fast. The brain just wants to hurry up, get it in, move it on so it can get in something else, move it on, get it in something else. And that feeds that really, really rapid flow of thinking in our mind. Now, what I would say has happened in the past, I don't know, 20 plus years, is technology reached a point where they could start imaging the brain. And with the advent of real-time brain imagery, the science in its method of proving or not proving something has shown that, just a minute, I have a very active dog, hang on.
Okay.
Tommy, I'm recording. Can't ignore it. Sorry about that. My terrier was protecting me from the postman.
No problem, sure.
That they've come up with the term neuroplasticity.
Yes, exactly.
Lo and behold, we don't have a brain that's set in cement at some point in our life. We have a brain that we can reprogram if we think consciously and behave with conscious choice.
Right.
Oh, that means this early programming, which told us we were, you know, going to be a great athlete, or we're going to be a wonderful wife and mother, or whatever we were told, because those were dreams of a different generation of our parents, or perhaps mentors. And we, you know, the young man who's told he's going to be a great athlete, and really what he wants to do is become a world famous chef. You know, how do you make that transition to become what your heart is longing to do, when for all these years people have been saying, you're a great athlete, you're going to do great athletic things? And then that becomes self-reinforcing, because whatever, we train as an athlete, we do whatever we do. So this notion of personality as an enduring lifelong trait, maybe not so much anymore. Maybe is an evolution in consciousness alongside this evolution in technology to help us understand what many traditions have said in more esoteric literature, that we have this power to become so much more than just what we're told we can become.
So just on that point, when we look at what is on the screen here, that it is possible to evolve into all of these qualities that are shown. Whatever the personality traits may be, or personality structure may be, the enhanced capacity for love, the development of courage, the development of interpersonal skills, and many other things. There's just some things written here. Talent enhancement. Would you stipulate that it is possible to open these great qualities from within by transforming whatever personality trait pattern may exist?
Yes, I think that that's the magic of neuroplasticity. If I truly desire something,
Hmm.
I can discipline myself to think about what it will be like to become that, to manifest that. So that's
Yes.
positive future mindedness, right?
Right.
It's we can enhance certain skills, interpersonal skills, with people who could be role models of what it is we would like to become. If I want to be a great chef, right? Wouldn't it be great to know some chefs and to hang out with them and to talk with them? So there, all of these boxes here are ways in which, I mean, we as human beings are called the crown of creation. Why?
Yes. Right.
Because we
Exactly.
have so much power. And as we know, it can be used for destruction. We're in what are they calling it? The existential stage of climate change,
Right. Exactly.
totally because of man. I mean, the antelopes and the buffalo didn't do this.
Yes.
Mankind did, right? So that sense of this enormous power that we have, if we can love ourselves, begin with the capacity to love yourself, box 2 up here, right?
Right.
And
Exactly.
love ourselves in a way that we can see ourselves as almost unlimited potential.
Yes. Yes.
And
Exactly. Exactly.
accept this, where is it? The radical personal responsibility to say, I am going to design my life. And know
Sure.
that that's going to change and evolve with each new experience, with each refinement of personal responsibility and self-discipline, to focus on the things that will build the foundation for the future I want to live in.
Yes, yes, exactly, exactly. So it's very well said. And, as I'm listening to what you're saying, one strand of thought that is really clear, at least in my mind, is that we can evolve from wherever we are.
Yes.
Whatever may have happened, whatever we may have done, not done, has happened to us, whatever we may have thought or felt, or situation we have gone through, whatever it is, the fact is we're alive right now. If we were not alive, this would not be our experience. We're alive. And hopefully we're in at least some level of health and some level of sound mind and body to even think about these things. So that's an assumption. Now, assuming that that's there, then we can progress further and not get bogged down by any pattern of personality. Although the
Yes.
pattern of personality may serve us. I mean, so just going back to the 5-factor model, these are the 5 points that are traditionally talked about in the 5-factor model of personality in the field of psychology. They are extroversion, neuroticism, openness to experience, agreeableness, and conscientiousness. These are the 5. So the traditional research, these 5-factor model, these 5 traits have been identified. And it's very interesting. People go, will not go into depth in this right now, but the one thing that is very clear here is that in some of these traits, there is a movement away from oneself. In some of them, there is a moving very much internally within oneself, almost like an introversion versus extroversion. And then there is a sense of being open or sometimes being very closed. So it kind of really goes back to your ideas about expansion and contraction, that who we are, can we be in an expansive state where our personality actually evolves further rather than just being a fixated pattern that one is pretty much just stuck in?
Yes. Are you asking me if?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. So Yes, so I speak about energies. I try and discipline myself to speak about energies as expansion, as expanded energies or expanding energies versus contracting energies, because it helps to step out of some energies are really bad and some are really good. So that
Sure.
grasping after some and not after other. You know, energy's energy. It's what we do with it that makes
Yes,
it bad or good, the outcome.
definitely. Definitely.
So my sense is in this work of self-mastery, right? Of
Yes.
a person who feels the pride of purpose in their life
Yes.
and the self-love that has expanded their own capacity to love others
Yes.
is someone who has been able to look at where am I at a moment in time and decide this is not where I want to be and this is not who I want to be,
Yes.
and has disciplined themselves to look at what is it about my personality or myself as I show up in the world that
Yes.
I want to change. What
Exactly.
do I want to have more of it? Do I want to have less of it? And
Exactly.
so that's a step of radical personal responsibility to say,
Yes.
this is me as I see myself. Granted, others may see me differently, but this is my most honest assessment of myself. And I choose, I want more of this and less of that. Now, am I willing to do the work to make that happen? It's possible. The brain research says it's more than possible. It's probable if you begin to monitor your thoughts and your behaviors in a way that you give yourself permission to choose thoughts and behaviors that will enhance the outcome you want in your life.
And see,
So,
that's one of the biggest questions. What do we really want in life?
yeah,
And that might seem overly simplistic, but that's a very big question.
yes, yes. And I think that who am I?
Yes.
In some ways leads us to that. Because
Yes.
if I get to a point in my embracing of radical responsibility and I set myself the challenge to acknowledge that every single thing that happens to me in my life, I am the only one that can change it, or can change the outcome of it, or can bring more or less of it into my own life. It means I now accept the power to change things in myself and in my life. And given that before we start doing this work, we're running off somebody else's paradigm of who we are and who we should be, perhaps
Yes.
in really good intentions. But, a couple of generations ago, parents who were raised by parents who lived through the Depression have a very different relationship to money than parents who were raised by parents
Yeah.
who grew up in the boom times, right? Where America is great, anything can happen in America. So they're going to raise their children in very different ways in very different worlds.
Right. Right. Definitely.
And to just recognize, wow, first of all, what I think about the world is not necessarily what the world is. It's what I think about it. It's how I see it. And that changes from person to person. Any traffic cop who interviews the bystanders on a corner, the four corners of the scene of an accident will tell you 4 different accidents happened based on different person's perspective, right? Not even talking about the people in the accident. They certainly think blame should be assessed in different ways for the most part.
Yes.
So
Yes.
to accept that and to say, okay, I'm going to start working with my own mind, my own thoughts in a way that lets me look and be aware of what I'm thinking and choose whether I want to feed that thought or shift it to a different thought.
Right, right.
We then become a very different kind of person, and we start nourishing different, what I'm going to call personality traits.
Definitely, definitely. It's almost as if an individual can awaken out of the conditioned personality.
Absolutely. I would say that perhaps at this stage in development, both development and technology, to know things on the subatomic level in some way, and the development of technology that has really put our planet in jeopardy,
Yes.
that we can now say, okay, there has to be an evolution in consciousness for us to go forward in the
Exactly.
kind of world we want for ourselves, our children, our grandchildren,
Right.
in
Right.
perpetuity, right? This
Exactly.
beautiful, precious planet that's our home.
Oh, yes, yes. Definitely, definitely. Because it's a massive realization for anyone to even become aware that the personality that they're holding, that personality is something that may not be who they actually are.
Absolutely. And this is such a profound moment of realization.
Yes.
Actually, I have taken on energies from the household within which I was raised.
Right, right.
So my mother's thoughts and feelings about the world and what it meant to be a girl in the world versus a boy in the world, my
Yeah.
father's thoughts and feelings about all of those same things, and then perhaps different teachers or different spiritual leaders who, if our parents brought spirituality into the home and made it important. So there's this influence that kind of molded me as softer clay in my earlier years.
Yeah.
Because in our earliest years, our brains are not populated enough to have any discernment whether what we're being told is accurate or inaccurate.
Right, exactly. Exactly. A thought really comes to my mind as we talk about conditioning and personality and trait development and all, that to actually go beyond or evolve beyond a personality pattern, whatever the pattern might be, whether it's a functional one, dysfunctional one, whether there's a disorder there, or there may not be any disorder, but there's the possibility of further evolution. It
Yes.
seems to me that whatever the actual circumstance may be of any individual with regards to personality, that the further evolution is only possible if there is the existence of the personality pattern to begin with. If there's no existence of the personality pattern, how can one evolve beyond it?
Well, yeah, it's kind of like human beings come with personalities of one kind or another.
Yes, right, exactly. So the evolution further, would you say that it is a deliberate act, it's a deliberate choice to develop positive personality traits? That the individual can say, I can develop courage, I can enhance my interpersonal skills, as shown up here. I can cherish beauty, I can become more sensible about aesthetics. These are developments that can happen so that life becomes filled with fulfillment and joy.
Yes, my answer is a resounding yes. And I would say that this is a lifelong project for most
Yes.
people. And it is perhaps on its most basic level, the purpose of human existence. Because if we can evolve into a being who lives for the betterment of all,
Yes.
just me, all. That means the squirrels and the planet itself. It means the ozone layer. It means the people I really love and like and the people I don't like so much. It means all. And this is an enormous task, but
Yes.
I think it's the default mechanism in the human species because
Yeah.
at age 24 months, 2 years of age, toddlers all around the world from all different cultures
Right.
and backgrounds show compassion to their
Exactly.
peers.
Exactly.
So our mirror neurons in our brain are fully developed at that point and are giving us information that allows us to detect distress in the other. And
Yes.
the go-to response before it's conditioned out of us is
Yes.
to assist. So I would say this is our core. The capacity for love is our core. That when our fear-based energies are controlled and we have enough to eat, we feel safe, we feel heard and valued, that automatically our responses have a quality of love in them.
Okay, so what would you say to people who believe, for various reasons, maybe because of religious reasons or because of just their perspective, that at the core, or as we are, our essential nature is not love or pure love or consciousness. It is a nature that is filled with disturbances and problems and all of that. And it is only God or some higher power that can actually bless us and remove that. But our essential nature is not that. Well, what is your take on that?
So my take on that is highly influenced by my education, training, and my choice of profession.
Okay.
I'm going to speak of it from that place, uh, honoring other people's answers coming from a different place and perhaps
Yes.
very different input. My sense is to ask the person who espouses the views that you just enumerated, it is to say, can you talk to me a bit about your early childhood home? Can you talk to me about some of the earliest messages you can remember hearing, either being told to you or being said around you about other people while you were present?
Right. Right.
And in an open, healthy, supportive atmosphere, all of us are able to start looking back. It's shocking how many people have no early childhood memories.
Yeah.
And psychologists will say, that's because it wasn't so great. So we pushed it way down in the unconscious. But they're
Right.
there somewhere. Those memories are there. And so to that in itself is hugely illuminating, to actually reconnect with some memories of what it was like growing up in my childhood home. We might imagine that a child being born in a mother who's fleeing a war zone and then having the early experiences in a refugee camp with all of the difficulty that entails, that early learning of who am I and what is the world about and how do I fit into the world would be very different than someone, say, born in a family who never worried about money.
So you're talking about the way a worldview is developed.
Yep, I am.
So there's a worldview that a person develops about the nature of the outside world and culture and all of that. But
Yes.
it seems to me that there is a worldview about one's own inner world.
Yes, and that worldview about one's own inner world, I'm positing, is determined by what was said to us and how we were treated in our
Ah,
earliest years. So
so so are you saying that we can become meditatively aware of just that fact of how we were raised, how we were treated, what our early experiences are? Would you say something about that?
yes, I would say that there are different approaches to that. One of them is meditation. Another one is working with a really good therapist
Yes.
who knows how to create a safe enough environment for the client to relax that unseen guard against bringing up things that were too painful, that they
Right.
got
So
deeply repressed.
do you think that that could be done um, even without a therapist? Is there a way to do it just
Yeah.
by oneself, by journaling, by looking within, by using the supports like what Angel Wing is providing, the groups that we have and all the tools that we're providing. Of course, somebody wants to go to a therapist and they are certainly free to do that, and we welcome that, no problem. But if someone doesn't go there or doesn't find that approach that is something that works, how would a person go about unraveling this themselves?
Well, I think they would start looking at what ways of expanding my, I'm going to say awareness, and eventually that becomes my body of information or knowledge about the world and myself. That we look at, okay, what is easier for you? What is more comfortable for you? What works for you? And then you start pursuing those avenues. And if you're diligent and if your goal is self-knowledge, to thine own self be true,
Yes.
then what you need will show up for you. And if you love and trust yourself enough, you'll know, hey, this resonates for me. This is worth my time and energy. It's going to bear fruit for me. Because you see, because of neural networks, right?
Right.
There's a way that I can talk metaphorically about,
Yes.
in some ways, neural networks in my brain, the very early ones, are the result of the way my mother thought, the way in which my father spoke to me and treated me, right?
Sure. Sure.
So, oh, you're the brainy one, you're going to really do well in school, versus, oh yeah, you're the jolly one, you'll make a good garbage man someday. Two very different messages, but
Yeah.
could lead into,
Right. Exactly. There's different messages, and then there's also the fact that children are brought up into a social hierarchy.
yep,
There's an economic hierarchy. There is
yes.
a class hierarchy. The whole world is a hierarchical world.
Yes. And so all of those energies, you see, our parents went through the same experience that we are, in terms of
Yes.
their parents programmed their earliest neural network.
Yes. Exactly.
And one day I was playing with this with some other therapists, and we were thinking about, the influence that mothers had, because they were all women that were doing this. And we were thinking back, wow, this way in which I used to see myself and used to see the world is a product of my great grandmother's experience of the world. How different is my world than that?
Exactly.
Now, so I really could benefit from the exploration of, okay, What do I really think about things? What do I think is an accurate view of the world that might in fact be an opinion
Right.
versus truth with capital T, right? And if I could do that, perhaps then the next step or another step would be to say, wow, that's really what my father believed. But you know what? That's not me. I don't believe that. I was taught to believe that, but I really don't. I really think people are really good at their core, right? That just because somebody has a whole bunch of money doesn't mean they are dishonest and they got it through being dishonest, right? That
Right.
and in that discernment between, wow, that's what my father thought, or oh my God, that's what my mother thought. I now have the ability to choose whether I want to continue to see myself in that way, to see
Exactly.
the world in that way.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
that's when we open up the magic of personal choice.
Well, exactly, because there are core constructs in personality psychology. These are constructed patterns. These are ideas that theoreticians and researchers have been studying because it's a very big subject to study. And what's interesting in this is that, first of all, there is the sense of the self, the sense of the me that's there. And based on everything you've been saying so far, there is a great influence from culture, family, society in the development of that psychological sense of the self. Even though it can only develop in interconnection, it cannot develop without interconnection. The interesting aspect here is that that individualized sense of the me that is developed through interconnection. I want to ask you about that. Do you feel that that individualized self of the me that is developed, and then of course the personality that surrounds it, is it possible for it to develop from childhood into adolescence into young adulthood in such a way that these beautiful qualities that you see written on the screen actually are developing right along with that?
Yes, I think that when you look at, and this is an outsider looking in, some
Yes.
spiritual traditions, let's just say Tibetan Buddhist, right? They often will identify a very young child as a reincarnation of a famous, revered Buddhist
Yes.
master, scholar, whatever you want to call it,
Yes.
who has left their body. And
Exactly.
so with the parents' permission, that child is taken then into the monastery
Yes.
and given a very different experience of who am I and what is the world versus
Right.
perhaps a sibling, you know, from that same family who continues to be raised in the household
Yes.
with the birth mother and father.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So as an individual realizes that yes, self-mastery, one of the key principles of angel wing, has very much to do with first realizing the type of personality structure one is having, and then taking the further step to develop positive traits that they may already exist in one's personality, or they could be dormant, but they can be awakened further. So what specifically does a person do to awaken out of harmful personality traits or enhance good ones that are already there?
Well, there are huge sections in the bookstore of self-help books,
Yes, of
which
course.
will give many exercises, many takes on this question. For me, I think that anybody listening to this is at a stage in their life that they're able to begin to contemplate, what does radical responsibility mean?
Yes, exactly.
Am I capable at this point in my life at looking at my life in a way that says, if I want to change anything, I can, because
Yes.
everything that's here is here because it belongs to me one way or another. I don't have to
Yes.
get so much into the past of why it belongs to me, but I can begin to look at, if it's here, I have the resources to deal with it.
Yes. Yes.
And then that begins that quest to bring more and more experience, which can then turn into facts or information that can then turn into knowledge, and ultimately will be the wisdom of self-mastery.
Right. And see, that's, I think you said the magic word there. The wisdom is perhaps, that is neuroplasticity. That is the growth within the brain.
Yes, yes, because it's not parroting back words that were said to me.
Yes.
It's
Exactly.
my embodied experience of over and over asking myself, who am I? Why am I here? Who am I? What is the
Right.
purpose of my
Right.
life?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And to that effect, when we go through this, I just want to ask you, just if you could just make a couple of comments about each of these boxes and kind of see where it goes. We talked about personality and positive trait development. That's box one. A second idea here is to explore the capacity for love. Could you make some just brief comments on that? And
Yes.
how does a person begin to explore that?
My perhaps begin to explore it, thinking about what I'm going to say. And what I want to say at this moment is, our essential nature is divine love. And I say divine love to distinguish it from human love, because
Okay.
human love by its very nature is a give and take and conditional kind of love.
Sure, sure.
So, if you ever hit me, I'm not going to love you anymore. I'm
Yes.
certainly not going to stay in a relationship with you. That's what I mean by conditional.
Yes.
But this term divine love, as scary as it might sound to some people, is simply what I'm talking about that happens in 2-year-olds, toddlers, who, when they see another toddler in distress, if they're not starving, if they're not terrified, do you know what I mean? If they're not in a war zone, their immediate response is to go do something to help the other toddler out.
Exactly.
So that's what I mean by that. This is our core. And when we step into the field of inquiry about who am I, we come closer and closer to allowing ourselves to experience this level of love. Some people go as far as to say the life force is love.
Right, right. Okay, that's very good. Very good. Let's go to the next one. That's courage.
Courage. I mean, it takes, I don't know how you accept radical responsibility without courage, because
Right.
it's so much easier to blame everybody and everything else for what's wrong in my life than it is to say, what am I going to do about it?
Right, right, right.
It takes
Exactly.
great courage to step up and say, okay, it's in my life. I'm going to work with it. I'm going to figure out how to make this better.
Right, exactly. Okay, the next one is the ability or the capacity to enhance interpersonal skills, which we all need, so what would you say about that?
Oh, I just looping back to something you said about, I don't know, personality. We as humans, we live in relationship.
Yeah.
Those early pre-birth or birth years, right after birth, infancy,
Yes.
maybe even into toddlerhood to some extent, we we can develop no sense of self unless somebody's reflecting something to us. So
Right.
we can't exist outside of interpersonal interactions.
Exactly. Exactly.
Whether we imagine them or whether they actually happen, we live in a connected world. So
Yes. And to enhance that, what is the best quality a person can aim to develop?
well, one that immediately comes to my mind is real listening.
Yeah.
Instead of the habit of the minute 3 or 4 words comes out of somebody's mouth to
Right.
already start thinking what I'm going to say back, but to be present with a mind that says, I truly want to know what you're saying to me.
Yeah.
I may or may not agree with it, but I honor your right to believe this particular thing and to express
Yeah.
it. And I'm
And
very
that's,
interested.
yeah. And that's very powerful. I mean, to listen carefully is an act of tremendous respect.
It's an act of courage because I might hear something I don't like,
Sure.
and I might have to deal with an emotional reaction to it.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So yes, it's an act of courage, and it's definitely an act of discipline.
Very good. Okay, the next one is the ability or the enhancement of aesthetic sensibility, you know, the cherishing of beauty. There's beauty in so many ways. Each person perhaps look at it in their own way. Um, what do you want to say about this?
What I want to say about that is life is beautiful. As life manifests itself, it's beautiful. Some aspects of it are more challenging than others, but there's beauty in everything. And that it takes it takes presence to recognize beauty.
Right, right.
I can remember at some point taking a course in art appreciation in college.
Yes.
And even though I'd been brought up with art all around me, I'm what, third generation of collectors, right? So whatever, objects of art all around me. I went into that class and I remember thinking, now they're going to teach me what real beauty is. Right. And then it took years to unlearn all that, not to unlearn it, to step outside of it and to truly embrace the phrase, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And in
Yes.
order to be able to behold something, you have to be present to it, to let it move you, speak to you, affect you in some way, which means you're not listening to what your mind is yammering about it. Oh, that color isn't so great, or yeah, I don't like this form of art, or whatever, you know, that ceaseless monologue in our barely conscious mind is going on. But to just,
Exactly.
I'm here, I'm in front of this piece of art, and can I give myself permission to just let it speak to me and make my own decision of whether I consider this to be art or not?
Right,
So now
exactly.
we're talking about art as opposed to beauty. I'm sorry, I segued
No,
off
no,
that.
that's fine. It's all connected together.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, the next one is focusing one's energy and perseverance and self-development. You know, the ability to focus energy in a particular way.
Well, the
Yeah.
ability to focus energy in a certain way is to be able to make a clear and present choice. And
Yes.
before you can make a real informed choice, you
Yeah.
need to have disciplined your mind to be able to focus when you need to focus it, so that you are not distracted with whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. Our brain's default mechanism is, a hyperactive brain. Oh my God, what could go wrong now? Oh, that's not good. I don't like that. Oh, what's going to happen next? In the meanwhile, whatever it is I'm looking at
Yes.
or thinking about
Yeah.
is getting lost in all of this mishmash of thinking.
Right, right. Okay, very good, very good. The next one is embracing the power of forgiveness. So,
That's really beautiful and something that requires real effort. I remember doing this work with a teacher who at one point said, as you do this work, you'll know you've hit a point of real, I don't know whether she used the word mastery or not, but of real progress when you understand the only person that you need to forgive is yourself.
right, definitely.
So as we look at a world that's filled with injustice, that phrase bears thinking about.
Exactly, exactly.
And it is so interesting how it's on this chart. It's totally and completely connected with number 2, explore the capacity for love.
Yes, right, right, right.
Self-love is sometimes the absolute hardest to come
Yes,
by.
definitely. All right. The next box is creativity and originality. So that is an interesting way of developing oneself further, enhancing the personality. What do you want to say about this?
Well, what I want to say about that is that's like, if you get a banana split, the cherry's like the best thing on
Yes,
top. I would say enhancing creativity and originality is the whipped cream.
yes,
That,
the whipped
that
cream.
the other stuff, a little further down, the banana and the different ice
Yeah.
cream, that stuff's really the nitty gritty. That's the exploring self-love. That's exploring forgiveness, right? Those things. Um, However, enhancing creativity and originality requires that we actually value that enough that we discipline ourselves to create time in our schedules to
Yes,
explore our own creativity and originality.
exactly, exactly. Very nice, beautiful. Positive future mindedness, the next box.
That one's beautiful and full of so many possibilities. There's a phrase called future memory.
Yeah.
And there's work called creating future memory. And it's all about the work of disciplining your mind to choose the thoughts and the imaginations and the creative endeavors that will lead us to an outcome that will happen in the future. But there's a great deal of mental discipline required in setting out a program to create positive future memories, but
Okay.
very well worth doing. It's
Yes,
mastery. That's mastery in action.
in action. Beautiful. Next one is talent enhancement.
I would say that when you do your work of self-love, this this is where you recognize, you begin to own that you have many, many, many good qualities, even exceptional qualities. Whether they're being fed and nurtured or not is a whole other thing. But this fearless inventory that we can take of ourselves, of who am I right now? What do I love and cherish and want more of? And what would I like to stop feeding and therefore have that the energy that's going into, say, the trait of jealousy, the energy that goes into being automatically, not even realizing it, somebody, says, oh, such and such happened and my great uncle bequeathed us $500,000. And
Yes.
that knee-jerk reaction that can say, you got a lot of money. Why didn't he give it to me? You know, that sense of that, and to just recognize that that's there. It's not good or bad. It's something we learned in childhood, and we can choose to recognize when we're feeding it and when we're not, and what we want to replace it with if we're stop feeding it. And we literally break the neural connection in our brain and form a new connection by choosing not to feed jealousy, not to think I'm bad because I'm jealous, or jealousy's bad in and of itself. It's simply an energy. It's telling us something. Perhaps it's telling us, I need to work on this energy of unworthiness that I've got inside of me, that I think, oh, nobody would give me $500,000. Well, why? Right? And perhaps that can be further explored.
Very nice, very nice. Okay. Number 11 is development of wisdom via philosophical study. This is something interesting. You know,
so I would say to you, if I created this, and I didn't, but I would say development of wisdom by embodying what you've learned.
Okay. So can you talk about that?
Well, you know, when you decide to start looking at yourself and your life, and you decide to step up to radical responsibility to say, if I don't like things about my life, I have the power to change it. What do I need to do to change it? And then discipline myself to follow through with that.
Exactly.
The most core component of it is, what am I thinking?
So, right? So would you say that reflecting on the big questions of life, that, like, as philosophers do, that has an impact on the mind?
It does. And having studied, at least as an undergraduate, I took every philosophy course my university offered. It was a small enough university that I could handle that without being a philosophy major. But I would say that that can get very weighty and wordy.
Yes.
And the danger is, I think I'm doing something great because I'm reading Immanuel Kant.
Right, exactly.
And really, that's not my cup of tea, so it's a waste of my time and energy. And it's actually not being respectful to the way I can embody wisdom. So, the philosophical study, you see, I think all of the roads to wisdom are the result of the heritage that we have of great minds thinking about these questions.
Yes,
so perhaps there's a great deal of philosophical study that's gone into the simple technique of, my mind is nuts right now. It's making me feel really bad, uneasy, jumpy. I'm going to mindfully focus on my breath. Seemingly very simple, very common sense, very whatever. But think of all the Western sciences that's gone into that. Think of all the great thinkers throughout the history of mankind from so many different traditions.
So it's very interesting, because it's potentially possible you may have individuals who may have a lot of depth intellectually with philosophical study, but they may not have wisdom. And you may have people...
Oh, yeah, I would say so. Accumulating a lot of factual information is a great way to step away from taking responsibility for your own life and your own thoughts.
Exactly.
It's a great diversion.
So what would you say about just the reflection on self-development, maybe not like very deep philosophically, but just to have a curiosity about the self? Who am I? How can I improve?
Absolutely. I think that's the core of everything we're talking about here.
Yes.
To value myself enough to explore, who am I?
Exactly.
Not who have I been told I was, or who I should be, but who am I
Yeah.
from the inside out?
Which is very much experiential rather than an intellectual conclusion.
Yes,
But
yes,
what happens in philosophy. So that's the limitation of it.
yes. However, there have been a couple of books that I've read in my life that I could embody it. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Some part of the message
Yes.
resonated so powerfully in me
Right,
that
exactly.
it just became part of how I know the world and how I know myself. Maybe I
Definitely.
don't even remember the name of the author of the book, but it was said in a way that it rang true for me.
Very true. Okay, very good. Let's go to the next one. Civic virtues and better citizenship. How is this impacted as we're developing further?
What earlier, I don't remember, interpersonal skills. That was the box that I said,
Yes.
we can only know ourselves in interaction.
Right.
Right? So we're a gregarious or we're a herd species. It's very unusual to live in a cloistered monastery or, a hermit in a cave in the Himalayas somewhere. Most of us on some level crave human interaction because that's how we have a sense of who we are, is how others are responding to us.
Right. Definitely.
So in this process of what we've been talking about, now we're on the next to the last box. Part of what happens, I think, is we realize we're all interconnected. This pandemic has shown us that in a way that cannot be denied.
Cannot be denied.
And in that sense of loving myself enough that I know I'm worthy of a good life, I know I'm worthy of being respected and treated with kindness, and I do respect myself and I am kind to myself, it immediately, it's the logical conclusion is, of course I would give this to my fellow beings.
Right, definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
I of course, there's an old saying in the healthcare professions, you can't give any better care to someone else than you give to yourself.
Right, exactly.
So if
Beautiful,
you
beautiful.
always put off loving yourself and taking responsibility for yourself, you're going to burn out, and then
Yeah.
you're not good to anybody else.
Oh, and the last box has a bunch of stuff kind of summarized in there. Radical personal responsibility, the power of altruism, energy and tolerance, work ethic development, nurturing each aspect of one's life. There's so many things that's like a summary, that has many good qualities in there. Anything you want to say about that?
Well, I would just say radical responsibility includes all of that and
All
more.
of them. All of that.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Well, Dr. Elizabeth Berman, thank you very much for this extended podcast. Please do visit, this is a message for the listeners to visit theangelwing.com, which is our website. And if you have any questions or comments or feedback, please do send us an email or give us a call. We will get in touch with you, and we wish you all well. And once again, thank you to Dr. Elizabeth Berman for such a wonderful exposition on some of the areas about positive psychology and personality trait development. Thank you, Dr. Berman.
Oh, thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
All right, here we go. Okay, beautiful job.
Great. You put that together in a really wonderful way, Sasha.
Well, you did it. I mean, I just put the ideas were there, and I just wanted to ask you about it. And you saw the wisdom is there already within you, so it just comes out beautifully. So
Thank you.
okay,
Thank you.
so then we'll meet on Wednesday at 6:50.
Yes. Good.
Okay. All right, sounds good. We'll continue from there.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Okay. See you then. Okay.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening, Dr. Berman. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm well. It's good to see you also.
I'm looking forward to that workshop with.
Oh, yeah. It starts soon.
Yes. It's on my calendar. So thank you very much for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be really fantastic. How are you doing?
Good. There's a lot happening, and sometimes it feels a bit like it's a lot, but things are very beautiful.
I wanted to tell you something. I have been actually studying some books and actually trying to understand what is called apologetics. Are you familiar with that?
No.
So,
So where are you getting it from?
so
Who's writing about it? Psychologists,
it's
philosophers?
actually these are some theologians in Christianity that are talking about the Christian faith. So I wanted to understand more about it. It's very interesting how they are presenting the the Bible and its teachings, and it's called it's apologetics is a it's almost like an academic discipline, but not exactly. It's more like faith-based, but they try to give logical reasons and arguments, for the practices and beliefs and whatnot. So William Lane Craig is one of the individuals who has got two PhDs in theology and whatnot. These people are it's really interesting how they are presenting for example, the Christian faith. There are certain doctrinal principles, certain ideas, how these things have developed over time. I just want to understand it as thoroughly as I can, because I think that we come across individuals who are in different denominations in Christianity, as well as other traditions, of course, but it's very much based on on interpretation and doctrinal development. Very, very interesting. I don't know what your take is on all that stuff, but so.
Well, my take is that, okay, my take is that interpretation is a matter of perspective.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons it's so beautiful to have an open and free sharing of perspectives, because perhaps it expands my perspective. Somebody can take the same thing, maybe the same verse or something, and come away with a very different understanding of what those words are communicating to them. Maybe it's something I've never thought of, but maybe it's something I have thought of, and then I can ask them more about it, which then could perhaps expand more.
Well. For example, in the Bible, the Gospel of John, right?
Mm-hmm.
John 1, it starts with the Word was God. In the beginning, the Word was God. The Word was with God. So what does that word mean? What is it referring to? Yeah, it's very interesting.
So for me, yes, it is very interesting, and it's a very rich source of study and discussion.
Oh, definitely. There's no question about that.
However, we're trying to use the mind to understand something that's beyond the mind.
Yes, and so assuming that Jesus, gave these teachings, and that assuming that they're accurate, that whoever Jesus was at that time, it would have to be that he is a vessel or a vehicle, or he's like an incarnation, that the transcendental reality is present there.
Yes, yes, and I see Jesus as I see many masters.
Yeah.
I have no memory of a lifetime with Jesus, because I have no memory of other lifetimes beyond this one. However, that makes more sense to me than any other explanation, right?
See in John chapter 1, verse number 5, I have it right here. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness can never extinguish it.
Yes. So my sense is we're using words to point to something beyond the mind that created and hopefully comprehends words. But people can take things on such a literal level.
Well, yes, exactly. And we do have many denominations that are more literal based. Some are more interpretive. Some are more metaphorical. And then some are more philosophical. Some are mystical also. Right now in this country, there are over 40,000 separate denominations of Christianity.
I'm not surprised, but I didn't know it was that number.
right? So that's a very interesting fact in that I'm sure that there are that many different denominations because those different groups don't all agree on
No,
what
exactly.
what the Bible is saying.
There is a Devi. She's back from Australia. Devi, good to see you.
Yeah,
Hello.
same here, same here. Dr. Berman and Sachin, nice to see you. I had to make an emergency trip to Australia because I lost my only brother.
Oh,
And
my
he
love
had
to
a
you.
massive cardiac arrest. So
Oh my goodness.
that's why I had to go to Australia. Yeah,
Are
it
you?
is taking so much to just, I can't believe, because I used to talk to him every day.
Oh, and it's so fresh for you,
So,
right? That loss is still very recent.
absolutely. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Mm.
Your heart is very tender
So
now,
it's
right?
just that absolutely. And jet lag is not helping because you are awake in the night. You think of all the memories, that 66 years of memories, because he was 3 years older than I am, and 69 he was. And yeah, very sad. Mm.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
painful. Yes, definitely. But, you have been in our
Very,
prayers, Shri Devi ji. You have been in our prayers every day, you know. So I know about this, of course. And
mm,
we have missed you in our angel wing programs, and we so welcome you
right.
back again. And lots of prayers again for your whole family. For you know,
We
so
all need everybody's prayers to give us strength,
yes,
basically. That's what it is.
definitely. There's
Yeah.
no question.
Yes.
And the
Yes.
morning, I don't get sleep morning. I don't know when I get sleep. So that's why I'm missing that morning sessions also
Yes.
for some reason. And yeah,
You'll
once
get back
I'll
on track.
be back on track with my sleeping pattern, probably I'll be able to join in the mornings.
Sri Devi, I was just thinking about you today. Hope you're okay.
Yeah, her image is freezing a bit. So
Yeah, and
Oh yeah, Milu, my only brother passed away.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. So sorry.
Yeah, he was in Australia. I just came back from Australia. So he was there, and yeah, that's what happened.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Just sudden cardiac arrest. He had no clue, nothing. One day we get a phone call, he collapsed, and that was the end of it.
wow.
Today, one of my cousin passed away in India from heart attack.
wow.
Wow.
God, sorry.
You
So
know,
sorry to hear that.
2 weeks ago, a beautiful friend of ours, his wife came home, thought he was asleep on the couch. He'd had a heart attack and left. No warning, no.
It's just,
Oh
that's
my
why we just want
We've
to,
been hearing this quite a lot these days.
Yeah.
let's
think-
send our prayers to all the families so that they can deal with this
Yes.
loss today.
Yes. If I don't remember it, will somebody add that before we send out our alms and our blessings?
Yes,
Sure.
absolutely.
That's fine.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, welcome everyone to Meditation with Dr. Berman. Today is the 8th of December. We are in the holiday season, of course, and lots of good wishes and prayers for everyone's good health and development further. As we're moving ahead, as you know, Angel Wing is continuing all of its programming. The yoga class that usually is on Tuesdays, just this week is tomorrow, actually, tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning is from 7 to 8 is the yoga class with Nimish, and then it'll be back on Tuesday next week. Now, having said that, be on the lookout for a nice audio book that will be coming out with nice slides and everything else by Dr. Chetna on the Angel Wing fundamentals. I think you'll find that quite interesting, and we're going to do some nice workshops around that next year sometime. All right, so with that, without further delay, you all know Dr. Berman, and she is such a blessing for all of us, and her so many insights and demeanor and her talent, her meditations, It is really, I don't even have the words for it. I mean, I've tried to record as much as I can of all of her ideas that'll be useful for all of us and for many generations, hopefully, as Angel Wing grows. We are here to serve. That is our purpose. So without further delay, Dr. Berman, good evening to you, and thank you again. And please, you can start. Yes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our group, our Wednesday evening group. I'm so grateful for each of you and to be able to be here with you in this beautiful way. You know, Sachin said earlier, we're entering the holiday season, and I've had a couple of thoughts about what does that mean, and I think the most general but the most truthful thing I can say about that is it's a time of year where many, many, many people celebrate light. You know, the light that is disappearing, at least in our hemisphere. Our days are getting shorter. And I think that one way of understanding the life force is that it is light, it is sound, vibration. And that's what we're really celebrating at this time. And what I would like to do this evening is, after we do the aligning, is to take you into a guided healing meditation, and healing in a very specific way with our bodies, these physical forms that are our vehicle to carry us through our days and nights, and do the work that we came here to do, and to house our brain to try and understand what is my purpose and how can I grow in my ability to fulfill that contract that I made when I took birth here on earth. So I'm going to take you through in a very explicit way the different parts of your body and to bring healing light into them, with the understanding that what we focus on is what we create. What we think about is the beginning of building a new neural network in our brain. So I thought that we could spend some time this evening truly focusing on the different parts of our body in a way that sends the messages to the living cells that make up those parts of our body, that we love them, we appreciate them, and we're sending life force energy into them consciously for health and vitality and vibrancy. So that's what I plan to do this evening. And then what time is left when we finish, we can just share with each other anything that's relevant, anything that came up during the meditation, or questions or general sharing. So, all right, let's move into our aligning meditation, or our aligning exercise. For anybody that's new, you just start in prayer position with your hands at your heart center. And with an in-breath, one hand goes up and the other hand comes straight down to your belly button. And then with the out breath, you come back to heart center. And we'll take 3 breaths like that, alternating which hand goes up and down each time. So breathing in and out. In and out. In and out. And now what I'd like to do is just encourage you to allow yourself to relax. Find a comfortable posture that allows you to have a straight spine. Placing your hands wherever it feels comfortable to you. Feel your breath. Before I go further, make sure everybody has their mute button on so that we're not surprised by things in the background. Feel your breath flowing in and out through your nostrils. Each out breath releasing more tension and tightness, allowing the body to open and relax. Feeling your hips getting a bit heavier as the body relaxes. Feeling your feet on the floor, grounding the body in space. And gently lower your eyelids. And if it's comfortable for you, gently touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, completing an energy circuit that allows for deeper concentration. Letting your breath settle you, letting the breath find its own natural rhythm. Allowing the breath to help you let go of tension. Releasing anything you can into your exhale. And drawing the energy of the life force with each inhale, supporting all the cells of your body. And we will begin a period of deep healing, calling a deep healing energy through a guided meditation. And I would like you to focus, eyes closed, so focus inwardly in your mind's eye at the very top, the crown of your head. And imagine there's a pool of liquid white light there at the crown. A white light that's pearlescent and shimmering because it holds all the colors of the rainbow at once, blending into white. A shimmering white light. Using your intention, your thoughts, your imagination. Allow yourself to draw that liquid shimmering light down inside of your head, through the skull, into your brain. And with your intention, move this light flowing back and forth from the left side of the brain to the right side of the brain and back again. Beautiful, gentle movement of this shimmering white light filling your brain. And say to yourself, my brain is healthy and vibrant, attentive. Now feel more of this white light, this shimmering light flowing down over your face, your forehead, your eyes and nose, your cheeks and chin, and your ears. And after a deep breath, holding this image, say to yourself, My face is healthy and vibrant, filled with the life force energy in each and every cell. My smile comes so easily. See the shimmering light in your eyes and down deep into your ears. And saying to yourself and your body, my eyes are healthy and vibrant, alive and well, serving me. My ears, my hearing is healthy, vibrant, vital, serving me. And send this light now from your brain down your spine, saturating the bones and nerves with all its life-giving, healing energy. See yourself filled with light from your head, the skull, all the way down the spine to your sits bones. All of the nerves that come into the spine up to the brain and back down from the brain out to all parts of your body. Saying to yourself, my bones are healthy and strong and vibrant, filled with healing light, head to sits bones, all 208 bones in this precious body, vibrating with the life force energy we imagine as this liquid light energy. Say to yourself, my nervous system is sparkling with vibrant health energy, flowing up and down my spine from every part of my body to my brain, and then from the nerves going from the brain back to the different parts of the body with the brain's response, vibrating pure life force energy seen as light. See this light cascading down from your face, your neck, over your shoulders. See it moving down the arms, the armpits, your upper arms, your elbow, the forearms, your wrists, your hands and fingers. See them in your mind's eyes, filled with this shimmering, brilliant light of the life force. And say to yourself, my neck, shoulders, arms, hands, and fingers are healthy, strong, and vibrant. Now see this light flowing down the back, over your chest, the thorax, the navel, your hips, abdomen, and groin. See this trunk of your body vibrating with this shimmering white light, the life force
and say to yourself, the trunk of my body is healthy, vibrant, vital, and alive with energy. Send this light of the life force now down into your legs, your thighs, knees, your shins, ankles, your feet, and all 10 toes. You might even be able to feel some tingling as you see this light moving into these different parts of your body. And say to yourself, my legs and feet are strong and healthy, flexible, filled with energy, supporting me, moving this body from place to place. And now move this amazing, shimmering light, this healing, life-giving light into the muscles of your body, the tendons, the joints and connective tissue. See them shimmering as the light permeates all the cells. From the crown of your head to the soles of your feet, vibrating light. Say to yourself, my muscles, my tendons, my joints, the connective tissues in my body are all filled with vibrant life, healthy and vital. And now see the shimmering light flowing from the throat into the lungs and bronchia. See the lungs taking in more and more light with each breath, filling every aspect of your lungs with vitality, health, and strength. And affirming to yourself and the cells of your lungs, my lungs are healthy, strong, and vital. Now send this shimmering light into your heart, the heart muscle, the 4 chambers of your most precious heart, sparkling with the energy of this light as it is absorbed into the tissue and muscles of your heart. And say with sincerity and gratitude, my precious heart is strong and healthy, an organ that pumps blood to every part of my body, nurturing all of it. Now picture the arteries and veins and capillaries of your circulatory system and fill them with this liquid light, life force, the shimmering light, filling them, and the blood that they carry with the movement of this pearlized light moving through your body, taking a moment to just see into your circulatory system, from the heart to all the parts of the body
that are served by the blood, clean, cleansed, recycled by our magnificent heart. And say to yourself, my circulatory system and the blood it carries are healthy, vibrant carriers of nutrients and the life force to all the cells of my body. See this light flowing into your stomach, down through the stomach into the small intestines and then the large intestines, filling every cell with the light and life force energy of this liquid light as it moves through the body. And as you hold that image, say to yourself, my stomach, my small and large intestines are healthy and strong and vital, providing my entire body with the nutrients, the fuel to keep everything going in a healthy manner. With your thoughts, with your mind's eye, see and send this liquid light moving into your liver, filling it with light, seeing it come alive and glowing with the radiant energy. And say to yourself, my liver is healthy and vibrant and vital, working to support all the other parts of my body. Now send this liquid light into your gallbladder. It's located under your liver on the right side of your abdomen, right at the bottom of your rib cage. See it filling with this beautiful energy of liquid light. And in this imagining, this imaging of healing energy going to the gallbladder, know that your intention is being absorbed by every cell of your liver, being nurtured, cleansed, and healed by this work that you're doing right now. And say to yourself, my gallbladder is healthy and vibrant. Send this light now, moving it into your pancreas gland. It's between your stomach and your spine. See this liquid light, life force pouring in to the pancreas, nourishing it, strengthening it, feeding the cells with your intention and with your attention and your gratitude. And say to yourself, my pancreas is healthy and vibrant, supporting my body in the best possible way. And move the light now into your spleen. It's on the left side of your abdomen, right under your rib cage. See this shimmering
liquid, light, life force fill the cells of your abdomen and say to every cell of your body, my spleen is healthy and vital and strong. Send this beautiful liquid life force into your kidneys, the bean-shaped organs that work so hard to keep our body clean and healthy. And affirm to yourself and all the cells in your kidneys and every other part of your body that my kidneys are strong and healthy and vibrant, working in unison with all the other parts of my body. Send this light now into your reproductive organs, filling them with this liquid light, carrying the life force, penetrating every cell of your reproductive organs, and saying, my reproductive organs are healthy and vibrant and serving my body as they should in whatever age or stage I am in right now. Move now to sending the light into your endocrine system. Send it to the pineal gland and the pituitary glands located in your brain, filling them with vibrant light. Sending it to the thyroid and parathyroid glands, butterfly shaped at the base of your neck, filled with vibrant liquid light and life force. Into your thymus gland in your chest, into the pancreas, into the adrenal glands on each kidney, and into the ovaries or testes of your body. See the entire endocrine system, the glands filled with light, working as vibrant, healthy producers of the hormones that support the body in an integral way. And saying, my endocrine system is healthy and vibrant, supporting my body in the perfect ways for my body's stage in life. In your mind's eye, step outside of your body, turn around and look back and see your body as strong, healthy, vibrant, filled with this glowing light. The body that's fit and supple and flexible and energetic. Your ideal body supporting you. And see it now in your mind's eye, emanating this beautiful light coming out of the body through the pores, forming this
etheric body system around your physicality. And as we move into concluding this time of sending healing intention, vibration, energy into all the parts of our body that we've offered attention to, just offer gratitude to this precious body and its amazing service to you 24 hours a day. Each day we are in these bodies. And perhaps take a moment, a few more breaths, and ask your body if it has a message for you. Would your body actually like to say something in the space of you being very concentrated to listen, to hear from the body, not in pain or distress, but in loving respect for this body? Is there a message your body may want to send to you? When you feel you've taken enough time to leave space for the body to say something, whether you heard something or you didn't hear a response from your body, it's all right. You offered your body those moments of complete attention and complete acceptance, allowing whatever message came through. In the energy of love, respect, and gratitude for this body. Every cell in our body is always listening to our thoughts and our words. It's feeling our physical actions all the time. And to take these minutes to simply focus on the body with loving attention, sending healing energy, using the power of our focus, our intention, and our great love for this body. True healing comes from great love. And when you're ready, gently lift your eyelids. Move your body gently, slowly, to come back into body perspective, seeing the space around you, allowing yourself to come back to a more third dimensional focus and perspective. And hopefully people will unmute, turn their videos on so we can share the vision that our eyes offer us of each other, the sounds of our voices that we offer to each other, transmitted through our amazing ears. And let's take this time to just share with each other. There's so much going on, whether it's the pain of loss or perhaps the joy of the news of a new baby coming in the months ahead. or whether it's the just daily grind of all the difficulty that so much of the earth is experiencing. So many disasters, so many people in crisis. Let us just join together and offer each other the gift of our voice. Even if it's just a few words of thank you for showing up. It means a lot to me. So please. Oh, thank you. I get all these beautiful faces. I love this part where you guys let me see you. Now let me hear you.
Hi, Dr. Berman.
Hi, Milu.
The meditation was really, really wonderful. I think I need to, since it's been recorded, I'm going to start kind of listening to this. But I was a little bit disturbed because of what's going on. So it was
You mean
all
in your life? What's
yes.
going on in your, yeah, it's hard to focus when you're dealing with.
And all the thoughts and everything what happened from 2019 is coming back in my head.
Yeah. Well, one of the beautiful services that Sachin offers us is that he does make these recordings. So, you know, when you have some time, that was probably about 30 minutes. When you have some time, you can just lie down, right? And let the words direct you. And then you just direct your focus there and you imagine this light coming in. And our cells are listening to us all the time. And so much of the time, what's running in the background of our mind is, oh, I'm getting old, or oh, who is that in the mirror? Or, oh my God, does this sore back mean my kidneys are in trouble, right? So this fear energy that seems to be a part of being in a human body is there, much less the distraction of the pain of everybody. Some close to us and some we don't even know about. We just see on the TV screen, right? So to be able to focus and have some help with guided, right? And when our mind wanders, we just come back to what words are being said, and then we follow that. It offers our body this other relationship with us, with our consciousness, right? And you know, I ended it with true healing comes from profound love. And I think in many, many traditions, the great masters in so many traditions have said that miracles are simply love manifesting a different reality. And to recognize that we can love ourselves in a way that can support our body in staying healthy is a powerful thing. But I have to look for somebody to talk to me about that. I certainly am not getting it on the radio or the television.
Yeah, I was trying not to concentrate on any of that, but somehow the mind was going back and forth into this. But I was still like, I wouldn't say I wasn't focused at all, but I tried my best. So
yeah, and I will offer to you that trying your best, making the effort, is training of the mind. So you know that with the thoughts that capture us. I mean, it's not like we say, oh yeah, I'm going to follow you. We're gone right before we even know what's going on.
Yep.
It's a result of the way, the times we live and the way, everything's going, our attention's going out in a way. And then it brings it back to us sometimes in our dreams at night, because the mind is trying to resolve what is this? What is this? How do I understand it? Where do I put it in the memory bank? So every time you try to keep focused for longer than a couple of seconds at a time, you're actually training your mind. And if you've ever heard a beautiful violinist play a solo. You know, it took thousands upon thousands of hours to do that. So why would we think our mind would get trained easily? Right? We know that doing something really well requires a lot of discipline and training. But these angel wing provides us with ways to do that in love, not in harshness and criticism.
Yes.
There's nothing about angel wing that I ever experienced that generates guilt or shame.
Yeah.
Now that may come up, but it's not because something in angel wing has,
Right.
tried to get that. So to be able to work on disciplining the mind in a loving environment is such a gift.
That's the continuous practice.
Practice, practice, practice. Yes. Yes. I thank you so much for the energy you offer on these Wednesday evening calls. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your support and help and the guidance.
Thank you.
None of us. It's such a blessing.
Coming together like this, this is a community. This is a wonderful thing. I look forward to this time. It's a grace. My energy, my heart is so open at 8:00 on Wednesday nights. And that's because of you guys. And even in the hard times, when we come to these meetings with a heaviness of what's happening and what we feel we have to deal with, at the end of the evening, it's lighter, it's better. I feel more energized and capable. Maybe that's a good word. I feel more capable.
Yes, absolutely.
So who else are we going to hear from?
Hi, Dr. Berman. Yeah, I'm coming here. As I told you, I had to deal with my brother's loss, sudden cardiac arrest. He passed away in Australia, and I was there, and I was just thinking about his son. While I was doing this meditation, I was just thinking that this is a very good healing meditation for him, because he shattered very badly, because his father was on his lap for gasping for breath, and that keeps on haunting him. He's not young, but he's doing his PhD, not able to concentrate. So I was just thinking that this kind of meditation is going to be really helpful. And for me also, to go through these tough times, I just feel that the half an hour that I was here, and I felt much better after this. I felt really good, but I was getting the boy's picture in my head. I wish I can tell him to do all these things. Yeah.
So I would offer, maybe ask Sachin if there's a way you could get a couple of the meditation, maybe Dr. Chaitna's, or anything you feel would be helpful for him, and maybe send that to him, and he
Right.
just
I would definitely love to do that.
Maybe he could receive it on his phone, and so when he thought about it, because most people have a phone in hand, and he could. Do you know what I mean? He could switch it on when he has
right.
Because I think in these very, very intense times,
absolutely,
when there's trauma, it's hard to get the images out of our mind. And so the images then contract the body. So if there's something soothing and yet powerful that just keeps coming back in a gentle way, focus on this, focus on that, say this to yourself, they can be very helpful to come out of the grip of those images that he's having flashbacks. And I bet that the technology is such that you could get some things to him.
Definitely, I'll talk to Sachin about this and get all the help.
Wonderful. And for all of us this evening, when we send out our blessings, our ohms, let's put Sri Devi and her family, especially her grandson, correct?
No, my brother's son, my brother
so your
passed
nephew,
away.
your nephew, your
Son.
nephew.
My
right.
brother's
Okay,
Your
okay. I'm sorry. There have been
right.
a number of deaths.
Because my brother passed away suddenly.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was healthy, but never know. Just cardiac arrest. And his son
Yes, so
is
it's your
really
nephew.
very badly shattered with that.
Yeah. You know, when
My nephew. We are a very close family.
So tonight, when I say we're going to do the ohms, I will ask people if they have somebody in particular they want this healing energy to go to, that they say the name out loud. And because it's easier for the energy to go if we have a name, right? So you could say, you can say my nephew in Australia, but you could say his name in Australia. And it helps us to be more specific about where we're sending the energy.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, because you offer us the opportunity to open our hearts in love and send healing energy. And that's really good for us to be able to do that for others.
Sri Devi, I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The pain is for us. You know, your brother, I feel like he is okay and being taken care of and at peace right now, but the grieving goes on with us.
Absolutely, absolutely right.
I'm glad to be here tonight for the support of the group. I haven't been here for a few times, so I've missed it. So I'm glad to be able to pop in this evening for a little bit. And still going through things.
Thank you
with
so
us.
much.
Sure, you're most welcome, most welcome. And I think Milu was going through something as well too. I'm not sure that I caught what was going on with her, but I think she was also going through some emotions.
Today in India, one of my cousin passed away. Actually, my nephew my cousin actually passed away last year, and his wife passed away today.
Oh,
so he has a 24-year-old son. Yeah,
so sorry to.
Yeah, it's tough for those of us still here, you know, to heal.
And this time of year also.
Yeah.
You know, it shouldn't be a sad time, but things happen.
And there's nothing any of us can do. All we can do is pray that the family, God, or whoever gives them the strength to move on and gives them somebody they can rely on to give them the guidance. Somebody's giving them the guidance to move on.
Yes. Yes.
We had session today with the doctors at the hospital for my husband, and every day it's another turn. And so today they're pretty much saying, well, you know, if you don't do dialysis, then you might as well do hospice. And it's just every day, it's this whole week, it's just been one thing after another. And I struggle to try and comfort him.
Sure.
After we had that conference, and he's trying to absorb the choices that he has.
Yeah.
And with his original diagnosis, first they were saying, well, dialysis really doesn't help amyloidosis patients because it's too hard on the heart. So we had disregarded dialysis. And I talked to hospice people this morning, and after I got off the phone with them, I felt like that wasn't really the way that we wanted to go. It's just tough to find the words to help keep him lifted. I try and stay strong and be there for him. He doesn't want to give up. He doesn't want to just say, okay, I'm not going to do anything, but they're saying that, your kidneys are going to fail and they won't be able to take the toxins out of your body. So when I talked to him a little bit right before I got on this, he said he's thinking about trying the dialysis, which last week he told them he'd rather die than live with dialysis. But now he's thinking about maybe trying it to see if it makes a difference.
He hasn't tried it at all?
No, it hasn't come up. I mean, his problems was with his heart and, the whole treatment that he's been going through to try and address his issues with the heart failure and the amyloidosis and all that. Through all of that, now his kidneys have gone to stage 5 kidney failure. So he's got a lot of things going on at the same time. But his mind is sharp. His mind is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And it's just it's a lot for me to deal with day in and day out. And they keep changing on us. They keep every time we think we have a path forward, then they throw something in, And even today, this dialysis they described, it sounded like it was something he could live with. It's this kind where you could do dialysis at home for 12 hours a day. You have to do it every day, but it's 12 hours a day. But then at the end, they says, well, you can't just go into that. You're going to have to go on regular dialysis for like 2 months first, like going every other day and getting, like people do for 4 hours before they can transition you into this other dialysis that we really think that you should be on that's not too hard on your heart. So it's a lot. It's a lot. So, but I don't know. I'm glad I have a place to come tonight.
Yeah.
And I thank you guys for listening. I will continue to pray and pray for guidance and try and do everything I can to make every day count for him.
Yes. And for you too, right? You're showing up in the way that you want to and need to make this time count for you also.
Still got that great smile.
You are so beautiful, Eileen, that every time you come in, it's just get so much light here.
Totally.
Thank you. I never feel like that. I never feel like that.
Every time you are here, there's a light.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So tonight, when we do our ohms and we do our prayers, we're going to say them for Larry.
Larry?
Yes.
Yes, that's my baby's name, Larry.
I
I call him my baby. I don't have any babies.
I think that my baby is one of those love names, right?
Yeah.
That we have for the people that are so precious to us.
Yeah. So
thank you
just
so
glad
much.
to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for opening your heart and sharing on such a deep personal level. I think it opened everybody's heart.
We'll pray for your strength too.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But we have to believe in miracles, Eileen. Miracles can happen.
Yes.
I'm grateful. I am grateful for the miracle of having him as long as I have.
How beautiful. How beautiful.
We're not a good lot tonight.
We're fine. We're there for each other, right?
I won't get into my situation either for 3 weeks. I came to meditation Monday night and I was so stressed. It didn't even, I had to leave because it wasn't being beneficial to me. I was in such a state, but I made sure I came tonight.
Good, good. Were you able to be in the meditation and send love and healing energy to your body?
Tonight, yes.
Yeah, good. So that's something for us to hold on to, that we're not always doing exactly what we'd like to do, but to remember that there are times that we do. And so, that's part of the human condition. We're still a work in progress. We're not perfect.
For sure.
So, and we come together in a way that no matter what state we come in, we're welcomed with, virtual open arms for each other. Because everybody's energy, just your presence uplifts other people. Because you have the intention to be in a place of high consciousness and love. So Sachin, I see it's 8 o'clock. Do you have something you would like to say?
Yes, just as a comment that this life that we have, everyone's journey is different in their own way. We are experiencing so many changes from time to time. Sometimes loss of loved ones, or sometimes something new is going on. There is this relationship between the changeless and the changing. And that is interesting. I've been looking at that in some depth recently within the past 2 weeks or so. I mean, before that, of course, but what is it that is changeless? That's a question. And it seems to me that I think if you probe further, whatever is changing is perceived or is in our perception because we are changeless.
The consciousness that we have to perceive is changeless.
How can flux be perceived without stability, without consistency? Some little bit of logic there, but so it's an invitation to discover that changeless principle, that which abides. That's all.
Thank you, Sachin. So what I would like to do is ask each of you to, I'll just say, let's start, and ask each of you to say the name of the person that you would like to direct your energy, all of our group energy of healing and love to. So the vibration of your voice saying a name will add to the strength of the energy that comes from this group blessing. So I'm going to ask you now to unmute, and it doesn't matter if people speak at the same time. Just, we're going to take a moment before we do the ohms to offer the name and perhaps just the city, or if it's Australia, just to say Australia, the name and place of the person that you, individual. We're sending it to all life on the planet, but individually we can send directly to those beings that you speak the names. So please unmute yourself and just say out loud the name of the person or persons you would like this group healing energy to be directed towards. So please speak.
Larry Mansfield in Philadelphia.
Amimesh Bose,
Siddharth, Australia.
Nadia Jackson, New York City.
And I direct this healing energy to each individual on this video conference tonight for their open-heartedness and their healing energy that they're sending to people that they're concerned about. So either in prayer hands or hands up, we'll take 3 deep breaths, and with the exhale, we'll intone the sound of Om and send this healing energy out across the planet and to these specific people. Breathing in. Breathing in. Breathing in. My great love and gratitude to each of you and your open hearts. Thank you. Thank you.
Sending prayers everywhere.
Sending hugs and
Thank
kisses.
you, thank you, thank you, everyone.
Sending hugs and kisses to Sridevi, Eileen, Marian,
My prayers
everyone.
to-
Please be
Thank you.
safe and happy.
Yes.
Find strength.
Yes.
Hang tough.
Thank you.
I have to listen to myself.
Yeah. All right. Thank you all for your love, your open hearts, your wisdom, and the deep, deep caring you have for others.
Thank you. Bye.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Bye. Bye. Good night.
Difference here, because part of what I'm also doing is creating a database for Angel Wing with regards to all the presenters. And also we will also be encouraging participants like Irene is there and some others are there, Milu and others are there, who can also present, who can also share their perspectives. We're going to call it participant perspectives. So we haven't started that formally yet, but that's upcoming. So we'll be able to build a whole profile around that, about the various ideas that the participants have, their experiences, because part of the Angel Wing program is for each person to discover their own evolution forward. And along with that, to be able to share that in their own way, in your own way with the world, so it's not a hierarchical approach. It is a very collaborative, respectful, almost like a friendship type of approach. But there are obviously individuals like Dr. Berman and others who are experts in their particular fields. And so they're going to share their wisdom, their ideas, but it is done in a very collaborative way, not a hierarchical way. And that is a very special quality of the Angel Wing program. So it is a blessing for all of us that you have continued to stick in there. I will be following up with all of you at some point regarding your perspectives on Angel Wing and many of the ideas. We're going to start conducting some workshops also. So you'll be hearing more about that a little bit later on. one more point I want to make before I turn it over to Dr. Berman. I have finally created some 27 pages of a document that has all of the meditation links, the YouTube links and the Gaia links and all of them. It's 27 pages of material, and that's only part one. This spans the last 2.5 years. It's taken me a couple of months to pull all that together, but that document is ready. So I will be putting that in the next newsletter for the dialogue, and then that link will be there in every newsletter. So you can actually access like hundreds and hundreds of different meditations just by clicking on the link. And it's not just meditations, there's talks, meditations, there's yoga sessions on there. There's all kinds of stuff that Chetna has selected over the last 2.5 years that has been compiled. All right, so without further delay, once again, I want to thank Dr. Berman for her precious time and her continued dedication to this. This is very special. That's why I'm recording as much as I can from her. And I keep bugging her, let's do some more recordings, because that is a blessing for all of us, actually. All right, and please don't forget to visit the podcast channel, and I'll put that in the link before the end of the session today. So without further delay, Dr. Berman, the show is yours.
Thank you, Sachin. When you were looking for a word about the way the sharing happens, the non-hierarchical nature of the angel wing, I immediately thought it's communal. And the reason that word resonates with me in this context is because in community, we draw things out of each other as well as giving things to each other. And that's my experience with Angel Wing, that whenever I share something, it's very much dependent on the people who are listening. And I didn't, before the pandemic, I did not think that that was possible with technology interfacing us. I remember telling Sachin and Dr. Chaitna, I have to have a room. I have to have people in the room. Because I'm stimulated by, I'm fed by people's response to what I'm saying, what I'm doing. And thank goodness I've been able to understand that although it's different with technology, and perhaps as new people come on, it takes a little bit longer for me to get to know them than it would if we were all in the same room when we met. But it happens on technology also. I feel the energy of everybody who's in the session and end up saying things I hadn't even thought about saying prior to us coming together. So communal, and that's a way of my saying thank you to each one of you for showing up when you show up, for showing up how you show up, and know that you're giving to the person who's speaking as well as receiving from them. Your presence, your care, your curiosity, your openness is drawing energy from the person who's actually speaking. So I cherish that experience, and I look forward to Wednesday evenings. So unsolicited input, Sachin.
Oh, it's fine. It's really good. Thank you.
This evening we'll do an opening energy technique, a centering technique. And just briefly, I think most people have been on before and know what we're doing, but we're using our hands and our brains to move the body, speaking to and with the body, and speaking to and with the brain in coordination with breath, because breath links the heart and the brain together in a very unique and special way. So with the in-breath, one hand goes straight up and one hand comes down right about to the navel. The thumb hits is right in front of the navel. And then the out breath, the hands come back together at heart center. And then second breath, opposite hands. Third breath, again, shifting the hands. And what this is doing, it's communicating to the brain, using the body and the breath to communicate to the brain that we're bringing all of our energies, our mental energy, our emotional energy, our physical energy, all together in one line, in alignment with this central channel, which is the main way that energy flows up and down through our body, through all the different energy centers. So we'll start with the aligning technique. And I would just offer to you, if your intention when you do it, the intention is to just bring everything, all of you, into alignment with that center line so that your head and your heart are vibrating together, and that you're open, you're loving yourself, and you're open to everyone around you, everyone that's on the screen with you. And then I'll do a meditation. And after that, I'm just going to go back to basics. And I'm going to talk to you guys about the opportunity to see yourself first, and then to see everything as energy. Why would you even want to do that? How do you even begin to do that? And I'll give one or two exercises to help you to just kind of get more relaxed with allowing yourself to see how you sense energy, because everyone senses energy in their own unique way. Some people feel it, some people see energy that other people don't see. Some people hear a sound or a vibration. Some people simply intuit it. And I'll talk just a little bit more about that when we get to that part. So welcome everyone, and let's just do our centering technique together, because anytime a number of people come together and do the same thing, the energy of it is magnified for each individual. So our intention is to align all of our energies and be present, loving ourselves and grateful for what's being offered this evening. And with an in-breath and exhale back to heart center, out breath, bottom hand goes down to your belly button. Exhale, and last inhale and exhale. Leaving your hands right in front of your heart. Allow yourself to just take a moment and feel yourself. Feel the body that you're in. Feel the energy flowing through you as your heart beats, as your lungs inhale and exhale. And just acknowledging yourself in this moment. Perhaps say or think, I accept myself just the way I am. I love myself just the way I am. I support myself just as I am in this moment. And take a breath, just taking all of that in, letting yourself believe it, letting yourself know in this moment you are loved, you are okay. And now Just allow your hands to move to a very comfortable place, perhaps resting on your legs, your knees. Find a comfortable posture where your back is straight so the energy can flow up and down your spine freely. Feel your feet on the floor. Feel the weight of your body being supported by the chair or your cushion. Take a moment to just feel your neck and see what is the most relaxed place or way that you can hold your head with your neck in alignment, but be as relaxed as possible. And perhaps imagine a string pulling up from the very top of your head, just lifting you that little bit straighter, more upright. And imagine these energetic roots coming from the base of your spine down into the earth, rooting you into Mother Earth below and being lifted to Source above. You are this pillar of life embodied in human form, a gift to all who know you, who see you, who interact with you. You are meant to be here, and you are cradled in the love of the source of creation itself. And now just allow yourself to become aware of breath. Let yourself feel the air coming in through your nostrils, entering your body, and then exiting. Perhaps you feel the air cooler as it goes in, and a bit warmer as you exhale it. And just following the flow of breath. If you get distracted by thoughts, no judgment. Simply come back to the breath. Where is my breath? And I'm going to talk you through what's known as the 3-part breath. And your breath may move faster than my words. But if you can listen to my words, you'll be able to do what I say in a much shorter time than it takes me to say it. Following your breath in, allow yourself to relax your belly so that with a deep in-breath, your belly expands. Then your ribs open, creating space between them as your lungs fill. And then at the top of the lungs, the chest lifts. And then when you exhale, the chest will settle down. The ribs will come back to rest. And the belly button will come a bit closer to the spine. With the in-breath again, Feel it fill the belly, the rib cage, the chest. And with the exhale, the chest drops, ribs return, belly flattens. In breath, belly expands, ribs open, chest lifts, and chest falls. Ribs come back, belly flattens. At your own pace now, be aware of the 3 parts of your body as the breath enters and exits. How beautifully each section of your torso responds to this incoming breath. And then allows the breath to exit. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. Now I'm going to direct you to pay attention to different parts of your body. And if it feels good to you, as I mention a part of your body, you can actually imagine the breath going to that part of the body, filling it with this life-giving energy, the prana that is carried in the breath. And when you exhale, if there's any tension or tightness in the part of the body we're focusing on, you can give it permission to just let go and flow out with the out breath. Breathing love and light into the body and releasing tension as you exhale. So now let's focus on our feet. Can you feel the soles of your feet connecting with the floor beneath you? And the tops of the feet. And the ankles. The breath moving in and out. You directing it to different parts of the body. The body grateful for your attention, your care in these moments of our body scan. And no matter what you find, it's okay. You're okay. In this moment, you're safe. You're offering your attention to yourself, to your body, in a loving, supportive way. Paying attention now to the lower legs, the shins and calves, into the knees, the space behind the knees, the upper legs, the thighs, the quadriceps, and now moving up to the trunk of your body, the base of your spine, your buttocks. Can you feel the weight of your body being supported by the chair? Allowing you to relax some of the tension we hold in our body, letting the chair support us. And breathing now into the lower belly, the lower back. Just noticing what's there. The internal organs, the muscles, the tendons and joints, the bones, the skeleton. Letting the belly expand with a nice deep in-breath and then letting it go with the out-breath. Moving the awareness now up around the belly button, the waist area, that mid-back. What do you notice? Simply noticing, being curious, just accepting what's there, offering love with the in-breath, and permission to release with the out-breath. Moving now to the rib cage, that upper part of the mid-back, the spine, all of the organs, the kidneys, the stomach, the liver. And now breathing up a bit higher into the chest area, the heart, magnificent lungs. Breathing in and out. Filling and releasing. Moving now up to the shoulders. Breathing into the shoulders, giving them permission to release so much of the tension they hold all day. And now the hands, the palms, the wrists. Breathing in and releasing the forearms, the elbows, the upper arms. And again, another breath into those shoulders. Releasing with the out breath. The neck, all those muscles balancing the head, the brain. And now moving up to the face. Perhaps open your jaw, drop your jaw just a little bit to see if you can release any tension that we tend to hold there. Check in with your lips. Are they relaxed? Can they relax some more? And now breathing awareness into the cheeks, the nose area. Perhaps there's tension there with sinus, with pollen, allergies. Just breathing that fresh, clean breath into this area of the face and releasing anything that's ready to go in the out breath. The eyes. See if you can relax the eyes, the eyelids, the eyebrows, the eyeballs. Give them permission to relax. Your ears, your forehead. Breathe a conscious breath of relaxation into the forehead, releasing tension with your out breath. Your scalp. Breathe into your scalp, all those hair follicles, and tell them it's okay to relax. And now, as we come to the top of the head, I invite you to use your imagination or your intuition, or if you already see or know or feel it, engage with this tube of light that comes from the crown of your head up, up, up into the source of creation itself. This connection with the life force energy, sometimes called the Antakarana. But the life force energy is flowing down into this tube, into our bodies. The entire time we're in these bodies. And see this life force as a light. Whatever color you see is the right color for you in this moment. Or maybe you just sense it as a movement, as a vibration. But allow it to just pour into and through all the parts of your brain, lighting up your brain, filling it with the energy of life itself, awakening parts of you you haven't been in touch with in a very long time. Seeing this light flow from the top of the brain down into the midbrain, that place called the emotional brain that holds so much fear, so much suffering, and seeing it light up, clear up, release any fears, conscious or unconscious, into the out breath. The energy flowing down now into the lower parts of the brain. The brainstem. And see it, imagine it, sense it, flowing down the spine, through the central nervous system, out to every organ, every gland, every system in your entire body. filling with light, filling with the energy of the life force itself. And now, see this energy, this light that is your light, that is an energy of you, coming out through the pores of your body and surrounding your physical body with this radiant glow. The life force as light, the energy of light, encircling and enveloping your physical body, another expression of you. And taking these last moments, give yourself permission to revisit any place in your body that feels like it could use a bit more attention, and breathe into it with love and care, giving that tension, that tightness permission to just release and flow with your out breath out. Check in for a moment. Is there any organ, any gland, any system in your body that could use just a little more care and attention? And breathe into it. And when you feel like this body scan is complete for you, focus on the breath again, coming in and out. And then let yourself direct your attention to the weight of your body in the chair, how the air feels on your bare skin, perhaps some of the sounds in the room around you, allowing yourself to experience you in three-dimensional space, in relationship with the environment around you. And when you're ready, slowly lift your eyes open and give yourself permission to move your body and hopefully to smile. All right, so just take a moment. I'm going to just take a moment to try and figure out what my computer is demanding that I do to get out of this lock screen. Let's see if this, yes. I'm always amazed when I get my computer to do what I want to do. Hello, everybody. Hello. So, all right. Once again, I love being in that meditative place, and it always goes longer than I anticipated. But let me just at least start to go back to the essentials. And those of you who have been an angel wing for a long time will recall me playing this song before over and over with many variations of it. Everything is energy. We've heard that energy is neither created nor destroyed. Even back in the old days when I was in grade school, I remember them saying that, and they were just words. And yet I found in these later years of my life that there's actually an enormous amount of wisdom in examining what does that mean for me? How can I understand that everything is energy in a way that I can begin to shift the way I see myself in the world and the way I act in the world? Because that's empowerment. And we change the world by being the change ourselves that we want to see in the world. And so I'm going to give you 3 basic statements that are very brief, but very, very powerful. So everything is energy, and energy is in constant motion, vibrating at different frequencies, right? You know that when you experience anger for yourself, or when you experience coming in contact with somebody who's very angry, you know the energy of that emotion versus the energy of joy, right? The energy of celebrating the birth of a new baby, or the first delicate little flower you see come up through a long winter snow. That's a very different energy than anger. So that's what I mean by everything is energy, and it's vibrating. All energy vibrates because it's always in constant motion. But some energies are more dense and contracted, and some energies are more expanded. The second thing is energy is neither created nor destroyed. Energy's it. Energy's the foundation of, no matter how many technological advances we make to see or to measure things smaller, beyond our human capacity to see. But it's always the same, right? It's energy. And they're all just smaller building blocks of something bigger, bigger, and bigger. Think about it. The cells make up the skin, the eyes, the hair of our bodies, right? We don't see the cells, but we see what the cells are making up. And then they went, smaller than cells and smaller. But it's still energy, and it's always moving. It's neither created nor destroyed. It changes frequency, therefore it changes form, but it's always there. And the last thing is that energy is neutral. Energy in its state, pure state, is neither good nor bad. It's just energies vibrate at a different frequency. And I think I've talked about this before, in the sense of, a lot of times, certainly from me, I was brought up to think that anger was a bad thing. You don't get angry. Bad things can happen when there's anger. But over the years, I've come to understand that anger is a natural response to certain things. When we see something that shouldn't be happen, it makes us angry. And that anger isn't good or bad. Anger is energy. Energy is neutral. It's what we do with it that can have very negative or very positive results. Sometimes we'll see something and we think that it's unjust, and it will mobilize us to do something to correct that situation, right? And so in that case, the energy of anger, the neutral energy, was used to engage us into making a change for the better for ourselves, the better for the whole world. So those are the 3 basic fundamental premises about looking at everything is energy. And we might say that existence itself, right, is the huge energy of everything, and everything is within that. I don't even want to call it an energy field, because a field has a beginning and an end. My human brain can't comprehend infinity, but whatever energy is, it's infinite. So, and most of our day, I'm speaking myself, I'm engaged in thinking and using thought and logic to kind of navigate through my day. And we use a certain part of our brain when we're thinking and using logic. And we're in beta. That's the brainwave we're using when we're just going along, figuring things out. Sometimes we're figuring things out that have nothing to do with where we are, what our body is doing. But you know how you kind of zone out driving to work. You don't know how you get there unless something happens that wakes you up and you realize you better be watching more carefully. When we're in deep sleep, we're in delta. When we're in meditation, we're in the alpha and sometimes the delta state. And so the reason I'm talking to you like this is when we move into alpha and delta brainwaves, when we're using our brain in that way, we're in our subconscious minds. And that's where the higher faculties of the mind reside. That's where the mind transcends space and time. That's where imagination is. That's where creativity is. And sometimes we enter those states in a waking state, but we could spend a lot more time there in that, because they're very peaceful states. Even though they can be very creative and a lot of energy moving, it's when we begin to see ourselves from the inside, instead of using our senses to process information. You know, what do I see with my eyes open versus when I close my eyes and I'm able to flow into a meditative state for a while, I see things. Now, I may need some training to recognize what I'm seeing with my eyes closed, but it's there for me. That's part of the human capability. And those are more subtle energies that we're talking about. That's why we sit and meditate as hard and as much discipline as is required to develop the quietness to let ourselves sink into that easy flow of those other brain waves. It's worth it, because the payback is we begin to see and know ourselves in those subtle energies that we have to look at within instead of relying on the stimulus coming from the outside world. So when we begin to be able to experience or perceive different kinds of energies, we can then begin to use them in a purposeful, concentrated way. Now, meditation not only brings a state of calm and peace, but it also can bring us to a state of enormous creativity and enormous insight, because we're internal, we're in our internal world, and there's not much in the external environment that's encouraging us to go in, to find out, who am I really? Not who am I trying to be because other people tell me that's who I am or should be, but who am I really? What enormous potential lies within me? Okay, some of you have already developed some of these internal senses of being able to sense energies in different ways. But I want you to know that your unique way of perceiving energy is unique to you. So when somebody says, oh, when I meditate, I see such beautiful light, that's their way, you know, of perceiving something. Other people will say, I feel the vibration of, you know, different energies. That's their way. Don't judge yourself compared to what somebody else is saying, that the ways they perceive energy, because your way is unique to you and you're going to be expert in it when you discover it. So what I want to do is offer you very quickly now. I had a couple of ways, but I want to start with one way of just giving you a little exercise in terms of how to begin to play with letting yourself relax enough to perceive energy. So look at me for right now. In a minute, I'm going to ask you to put your hands up. One hand about chest height, right? Palm down like this. And the other one up here. But I want you to get in a comfortable posture, spine straight though. Let your eyes close and put your two hands up, right? In the way I told you, one hand facing the floor, palm down, right about your chest, and the other hand up by your head. And with your eyes closed, focus on your breath. Breath in and out at your own pace. Just focus on the flow of your breath. And as you do, see if you feel your muscles relaxing a little bit. We always tense up when we think we're going to have to do something. We don't want to do it right. There's no wrong way to do this. Focus on the breath. And now, take your attention now to your hands, eyes still closed. Move one hand, the upper hand, slowly, 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 closer to the hand in front of your chest. And just pay attention. Do you feel anything in either hand? And if it's helpful, you can open your eyes now. But I want you to turn your hands so that the palms are facing each other. Just pay very close attention. Do you feel any change in temperature in your palms? Do you feel any sensation? And slowly bring your hands closer to each other. Slow enough so that if there's any sensation to your hand in your hands, you can feel it change as the hands get closer together. And now I want you to bring the hands pretty close, maybe 2-3 inches apart. And imagine there's a little balloon in between them. And when you breathe in, you expand the balloon and your hands move out. When you breathe out, the balloon collapses and you bring your hands closer together. And just do this with your breath for a couple of times. Just focusing. Can you feel anything? Perhaps a change in temperature. Perhaps a change in the feeling as your hands come closer or further apart. And I just offer to you that if you didn't feel anything, That's okay. But I encourage you to play with this. You know, air is energy, right? The molecules moving in the air. And so there is some compression as we do this, right? Compression of those invisible things in the air. And maybe it's going to register for you on your palms. And when you start to feel something, it's like, okay, I can feel this energy. And I offer to you that you probably already have a way of sensing energy, but you've lived with it for so long that you don't even realize it. But again, think about what I said earlier today or earlier this evening about a celebration that you're happy and so glad to be a part of it. You feel that energy versus a gathering for people who are outraged of some serious injustice. Different kind of energy, right? One energy is not good or bad. Energy is neutral. And it's our human nature to feel the energies of emotion. It's our human nature to experience the energies of our thoughts. Different thoughts vibrate in a different frequency, depending upon what energy is filling that thought. The energy, I was wrapping a present to mail to my granddaughter for her birthday. And it was so sweet to, you know, find paper that I thought she'd like, and she loves ribbons. So to see how many ribbons I could get around the box. and then to, you know, wrap it up. And I found some eco-friendly disposable diapers because she's going to have a new sister within a week or two of her birthday. And so I padded the box in the big box with disposable diapers for the new baby. And I just had such a good time. You know, there was just this feeling of happiness, which is a very different feeling than the feeling when I dwell on the fact that I'm not going to be there for the birth of the new baby. I'm sad about that. You know, I'm not bad because I'm sad. It's not bad that I'm not going to be there. There are very real reasons why I can't be. But to notice, okay, this energy is the energy of sadness. This energy is the energy of happiness. You know, that helps us not to let the energies take over and define who we are. We can recognize the energy for what it is and make choices about how we're going to use the energies. So whenever I see Sachin's face back on the screen, I know it's time. And I hope that this was not redundant and that it was helpful. And if you guys want more kind of information and experiences of how can I play with getting more sensitive to energy, you know, it's like learning something new, learning a new language, learning to read, right? We have to pay attention in the beginning, and then it's like, oh, yeah, I can do this. I've got this. We're made of energy. It's not like this is some alien thing that I have to get my mind around, right? I just have to relax enough to know that I can do this and then begin to play with it. So that's it for me tonight. Would anybody like to say something quickly before we close the circle we have tonight?
Hi, Dr. Berman.
Hi.
I'm so glad to be back again.
Oh, we're so glad to have you back again.
And it's so nice to see everyone. Hope everyone had a nice Easter.
Yes. Yes, there's some waves for you. I cut somebody off who was speaking.
Milu has more free time now.
Yes, thank God. It's been a very eye-opening experience, but I always, I like that I ventured it and learned, and it was interesting. So just for people who did not know, I was working for H&R Block as a tax person. So it was very intense.
I'll bet. That's a stressful energy. Tax returns are a stressful activity.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you were exposed to a lot of people's anxiety and stress.
Yeah. And also it was an eye-opening experience. I just realized how sheltered I am, and really exposed me to see so much around me, and see the real people's struggles and everything.
Did it allow you to embrace gratitude for all the blessings in your life? Yeah. Sometimes we take for granted all these blessings
exactly.
that we're given.
Exactly. And how a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, because it was really intense working full time and then going every day over there and like having like almost a 12-hour day. But I'm grateful that I did it because I learned a lot. Plus, I was there to also help my team because, they didn't have enough people. And a lot of people, oh my gosh, how it's unbelievable how you did it and everything. And I always tell them that, I am so grateful. There are people who are doing this on a day-to-day basis every day to put food into the table or to buy, to like, this is their lifestyle. So I'm not doing anything special. I should be just grateful that, I have the opportunity to learn and do this. So.
And you shined your light in a place that could get very scary and dark for the people who are trying to fill out those forms, get those things together.
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Anybody else? Oh, sorry.
No. It was very nice to be back.
We're happy to have you.
Thank you, Dr. Berman.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that I enjoyed learning, and I look forward to learning more. So
about becoming more sensitive to energy.
Yeah, it was a very informative session. I enjoyed it.
Play with, our palms are very sensitive, as are the soles of our feet. When I start with a body scan at the feet and I say, can you feel your feet on the floor? If you really focus on the soles of your feet, you'll begin to get some sensation because there are more nerve endings in the soles of our feet than in any other place in our body, right? That the density of the nerve endings. So palms and the soles of the feet. And if you just start playing, I always close my eyes so I don't get distracted by the, the visual input from everything else, and just imagine. And pretty soon I don't even have to imagine. I just have, you can have this sensation. You can feel the energy. Play with it. The more you play with it, the more sensitized you're going to be to being aware in that way.
You really have to use your awareness.
Oh, yeah. You have to be present, right? You have to put your intention to try and experience energy with the attention on some, whatever it is you're trying to focus on, right? So it's a real, it's a discipline to try and do it. But once it starts coming, you'll just become more and more aware, right? There are times when I can walk into a place and feel the energy in it and decide, no, I don't need to be here right now, and turn around and walk right out again. I have a friend, she lives in Ireland, and when she shops, she goes along the shelves like this, and she can, what it is she needs. I was talking to her about buying some vitamins or some supplements, and she said, run your hand over the shelf. Your hand will tell you where to stop. Because I wasn't sensitive enough to do it then, but that's how she shops. You know, she just goes down the aisle like that. She stops when she gets that energy. Oh, my body needs this now.
It was a great session, Dr. Berman. Thank you.
Oh,
And maybe we can work a little bit more with that. I'm real sensitive to energy, being a Reiki master. And right now, the energies that are coming in through the universe, some days, because I'm so sensitive to it, there's a lot of solar flares and an increase in the Schumann resonance. Sometimes I feel like I have my finger in an electric socket, and I have to be really super mindful of getting that under control. Plus, as you were saying, emotions are energy. So when you add the emotions, and then I go shopping sometimes, and I come home because I can't handle everyone's energy. And I do a lot to really protect myself. And I love for everyone that's coming to these sessions to learn more. And I want to learn more from you as well, because right now it's really, 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 really intense out there. And I think if we can all become more aware by learning about not just our own energy, but everyone else's, I think it could be really helpful to us to manage our thoughts, our emotions, what all that energy that's around us better.
Yeah.
So I really appreciated tonight's session.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. If you're really interested, next week, I'll just talk to you about your ability. You have to have faith in yourself to do it, but your ability to put up a cylinder of protective white energy around you, 9 feet wide, 12 feet tall. There's just a cylinder of white protective light around you, invisible to most people. And if you're at all interested, I encourage you to go online and search for the violet flame. It's a very, very powerful energy. I don't want to get into too much if people aren't interested in that at all. But if you do a little research on your own, and if you bring it on Wednesday night, we can talk about it and we can share different experiences with that. So if you're interested in it, go online and look for the violet flame. And Saint Germain his name is often associated with that. All right, Sachin, I'm over again.
No, that's perfectly fine. It's good that everyone has a chance to ask you questions. They hear my voice maybe too often, so I want to give them a chance to listen to you more than me. But thank you all for participating. The whole question of energy is fascinating. Obviously, we'll definitely get more into it from many different perspectives. But it was a great session. Very, very nice. So thank you again, Dr. Berman, and we can close at this point if you want. So.
Okay, so let's do our closing, which is using our energy, our attention, and our intention to bless the earth and all life on the earth. And I just do it with 3 intonations of the sound of Om. And I do it with palms out, because I know the energy that comes off our palms when we direct it that way. So, but you do it in your own way. You intone or prayer or say whatever it is that makes sense to you to send that energy out to the earth. And let's do it. Let's synchronize it in terms of 3 breaths, because our energies are greatly multiplied when we do things together in unison. So breathing in. Breathing in. And breathing in. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was so beautiful. Eileen, your brilliant smile is back again. Good to see it and good to be with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Yes, bye.